Chapter 1880. Next, Song Qingshu began to use Helian Tieshu's identity to gather some of his trusted subordinates, to understand which ones were loyal to him, which ones could be won over, and which ones would sit on the fence. He also silently noted down their personalities and areas of influence in preparation for the future. Although he was not familiar with these people at all, Song Qingshu was already very familiar with his identity. Now that he was mentally strong, even if there were any accidents, he would be able to quickly turn things around. Moreover, after reviewing the documents yesterday, he had a general understanding of his subordinates' personalities. Calculating the time, the people from Spirit Condor Palace should be arriving in a few days. Originally, Li Qinglu was more familiar with the people from Spirit Condor Palace, but Class 1 Hall was Spirit Condor Palace's sworn enemy in the past, and it was hard to guarantee that the blood of the other was not stained on their hands. If she was sent, the hatred between the two of them might instead ruin things. Thus, after much consideration, he sent Yelu Nanxian out of the palace with the token to receive them. After receiving them, he arranged for them to hide near Lingzhou City, and once they received the signal, he would let them enter the city. As for Mu Wanqing and Qin Hongmian, Song Qingshu had them secretly contact the people from the Mu family and the remaining forces of the Qin family. Although Mu Wanqing was not worldly, she was not stupid, and with the help of the older Qin Hongmian, in truth, Qin Hongmian's personality was similar, but she had been a princess for so many years, and had more than 10 years of life experience. Things like gathering old subordinates, the two of them could still work together, albeit barely. When Song Qingshu finished meeting with Helian Tieshu's trusted subordinates, Li Qinglu came to find him with a face full of excitement, causing his heart to skip a beat. "You didn't do something ridiculous again, did you?" Li Qinglu rolled her eyes and said somewhat sadly, "Am I such a bad woman in your heart?" Naturally, Song Qingshu would not be moved by her acting. "Tell me, what is it?" Li Qinglu's expression was strange, and she said with some schadenfreude, "I have found the Kunlun slaves you asked me to find." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. "Good, it's time to let Nian Liandan have a taste of the women she's harmed all these years. Let's go and bring her over." Not long after, Song Qingshu brought his men and appeared in a secret room hidden beneath the palace. After a night's time, Nian Liandan had already woken up. He was currently trying to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. Unfortunately, he had been heavily injured by Song Qingshu, and his martial arts had been mostly crippled. His current efforts were more for psychological comfort. In the other cell, Helian Taishu and the others had already woken up. They had already learned of Song Qingshu's identity from Nian Liandan, and upon seeing him enter, they all started cursing. Noisy! Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He directly shot out a few gusts of wind from his finger, sealing their mute acupoint. The secret room immediately quieted down. Nian Liandan opened his eyes and looked at him, the light of hatred in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it. "Prince Song, I was sent to Western Xia by the Great Khan after all, and I represent the will of the Mongolian Great Khan. It's fine that you've ruined the Great Khan's plan, but if you let me go, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the Great Khan. In addition to your relationship with the Ruyang princely residence, the Great Khan might let bygones be bygones." Song Qingshu stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot, causing Nian Liandan's hair to stand on end. "What, you don't believe me? When the Great Khan gets angry, corpses will float for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The end of Khwarezm, Western Liao, and the other countries in the western regions is a clear proof. I believe you, of course I believe you. I know the conduct of the Mongolian army better than anyone else," Song Qingshu said indifferently. "However, you said that you'll put in a good word for me when you return. Are you retarded or do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Nian Liandan was so stifled that he couldn't speak. After a long time, he snorted. In any case, the Mongolians value envoys the most. They believe that envoys represent their face. In the past, there were a few countries in the western regions that didn't believe in evil and killed the Mongolian envoys. In the end, even chickens and dogs weren't spared. Song Qingshu said indifferently, "You don't need to scare me. Even though the Mongolians are powerful and prosperous, the countries in the Central Plains aren't those weak cities in the western regions. If he dares to come, I have a way to make it so that he won't be able to return. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Nian Liandan snorted disdainfully. He had followed Genghis Khan for many years, so he knew how terrifying he and the Jie Shui army under his command were. "You don't need to worry about these things. This time, I've come to give you a present." Even though there was no mirror, Song Qingshu knew that his smile at this moment was definitely somewhat vulgar. A present? Nian Liandan immediately revealed a wary expression. He wasn't an idiot. Of course, he knew that the other wouldn't be kind enough to give him a present. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Didn't I say yesterday that I want you to experience the feelings of those women that you've harmed over the years? So you have to do what you say." Clapping his hands, Li Qinglu quickly brought in 2 Kunlun slaves. When Song Qingshu saw them, his face couldn't help but twitch. Good fellow, dark and muscular. They looked very much like the person in Shawshank's Redemption prison, and also somewhat like Uncle Billy, forcefully resisting the disgust in his heart. Song Qingshu waved his hand to have them enter the prison cell. Seeing them walk toward him with sinister smiles, Nian Liandan felt a bit scared. What do you want?" Song Qingshu explained. "They were abducted from their hometowns and sold here as slaves. I told them that as long as they can serve you well, I'll return their freedom and give them a large sum of money to return home. I think they'll definitely work very hard later." Nian Liandan's hair stood on end when he heard this. He was originally a rapist, so how could he not know these things? He immediately screamed, "No, don't, I hate men the most. Just thinking about them makes me feel disgusted, not to mention being. Ugh, Prince Song, spare me, I'll agree to any condition you have, I beg you," Song Qingshu said indifferently. "It's too late. You dared to have designs on my little sister Wan, so you're destined to have such an ending. At the same time, let me take the place of the heavens to enforce justice for those women that you've harmed." "No, don't." At this time, the 2 Kunlun slaves had already pounced forward. Normally, a grandmaster like Nian Liandan would be able to poke them to death with a single finger, but now that he was heavily injured and his martial arts had been crippled, how could he resist? Very quickly, his clothes were torn apart. Song Qingshu only felt a wave of nausea. This scene was truly too unsightly to look at, so he pulled Li Qinglu and walked out. Li Qinglu also sucked in a few breaths of cold air, and the way she looked at Song Qingshu became strange. "Meng Lang, you said I was a pervert yesterday, but I think you're the pervert." Song Qingshu snorted. "To deal with a pervert, you can only use an even more perverted method." Li Qinglu actually agreed with this point. That's right. For a person like Nian Liandan, killing him with a single strike is instead letting him off easy. Only by letting him suffer the most disgusting and painful punishment in the world can he comfort those women that he's defiled. As a woman, she had an innate hatred for this kind of rapist, so she was especially sympathetic towards his suffering. After exiting the secret chamber, Li Qinglu could not help but ask doubtfully, "Aren't we going to interrogate Helian Taishu and the others? After all, there's still a lot of information that needs to be gleaned from their mouth." Song Qingshu replied, "First, the scene inside right now is a bit unsightly to look at. I really don't want to stay here for another second. Second." He suddenly paused, and then said with a strange smile, "Why do you think I locked Helian Taishu and the others up next door to Nian Liandan?" Li Qinglu immediately understood, and could not help but laugh. "You really are an old fox." As expected, roughly 2 hours later, when the two of them returned to the prison cell, Helian Taishu and the others were already shivering. Without waiting for him to ask, they all spilled out everything they knew. All they asked for was for them to be given a quick death, and not to end up as miserable as the neighboring Nien Liandan. At that moment, Nien Liandan was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, breathing his last breath. His entire body was covered in bruises, and the area under his pants was a mess. No one knew whether he had died from the injuries in his body, or whether he had died from anger. None of this was important. He would definitely remember the shadow of today when he went to hell, and he would probably regret everything he had done over the past few years. He got someone from Class 1 Hall to clean up the mess inside, then brought Nien Liandan out of the palace and threw him into a mass grave. To prevent others from recognizing him, Song Qinshu had originally planned to scratch his face, but he discovered that his face had long since been scratched to the point where it was unrecognizable, which saved him the trouble. As for the other two Kunlun slaves, Song Qinshu rewarded them with a sum of money and restored their freedom. He even specially had someone from Class 1 Hall escort them out of the city. After all, they had sacrificed quite a lot this time. As for Helian Taishu and the others, they were temporarily locked up here. It was not yet time to kill them. Next, Song Qinshu summarized the distribution of his forces in Lingzhou City based on the information Helian Taishu and the others gave him. He also had a better understanding of which clans and ministers were currently neutral, and he had a clear target for his next plan. Then, he used Li Liangzuo's secret message system to contact his trusted subordinates in the various counties. Occasionally, he would leave the palace and use Li Liangzuo's identity to maneuver around the various clans. After around 7 or 8 days, Song Qinshu used Li Liangzuo's identity to lead Spirit Vulture Palace, the private soldiers of the various clans, and the troops sent to rescue the king to launch a counterattack back to Lingzhou City. The commander on this side was also Song Qinshu, so it was not a balanced battle from the start. Soon, Helian Tieshu's troops were routed, and the palace was seized again. All of Lingzhou City was once again under Li Liangzuo's control, and Helian Taishu and the others were killed on the spot. After that, Song Qinshu immediately announced to the world. Helian Taishu had rebelled against his superiors, and he had luckily escaped with the help of Mu Wanqing and the clan behind her. He hereby conferred her the title of Empress. To stabilize the country as soon as possible, he had decided to pick an auspicious day to get married. The situation in Lingzhou City had been changing over the past few days, and the citizens had had enough of the hardships. They needed a joyous event to wash away their joy. As for the mourning period, Western Xia was not the Southern Song dynasty, after all. They were not as strict when it came to etiquette. Of course, it was the continuous upheaval that gave Song Qinshu an excuse to get married so early. Ever since that night, Song Qinshu did not try to launch any more night raids. After all, Mu Wanqing was still a young girl, and that would be too rash. So, he decided to give her a grand wedding. Chapter 1881. The old man was covered in a black cloak, as if surrounded by a black fog. He was the king of killers, Huashan, who struck fear into the hearts of the kings and lords of the western states. However, the majestic king of assassins in the past was now prostrating at the feet of another majestic old man. His aura was completely overshadowed by the other party as he begged in the most humble language. The greatest conqueror since ancient times, the Khan of Khan who owns the 4 sides of the ocean and is as great as the sun, Huashan and the 12 precious tree kings represent the entire fire worship sect to surrender to you. Please forgive us for our previous offense. From now on, we will become the sharpest sword in your hands and carry out your will to eliminate any enemies who oppose you. The majestic old man was naturally Khan Temujin of Mongolia. At this moment, he looked at the king of assassins kneeling at his feet with an indifferent expression. He didn't respond to his surrender. Instead, he asked calmly, "I heard that every sect leader of the sect of fire must be the most beautiful and pure virgin?" That is indeed the case, Great Khan, the old man replied hurriedly. The sect of Fire's leader has always been succeeded by the Saintess, and the Saintess must be the most beautiful and pure virgin in the world. It just so happens that my heavenly demon longevity, Kung Fu, has reached a point where I need a powerful pure Yin body in order to complete it. Hand over your sect leader to me as my cultivation vessel, and I will forgive you all for your past mistakes. Temujin's voice sounded as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. The old man's heart skipped a beat. He was a master himself and had been fighting against the Mongols for many years. His subordinates were experts in assassination, so there was no reason for him to give up his trump card. Thus, he had organized 732 assassination attempts, but all of them had failed. In the process, they had gradually obtained a lot of useful information. The reason why the assassin organizations carefully planned 700 times had failed was not only because Temujin was heavily guarded and had many masters around him, but also because he himself was a top-level master. According to reliable information, he cultivated the longevity celestial demon Kung Fu, which allowed him to use the 4th stage of the Kung Fu to absorb the opponent's internal energy, pure Qi, essence Qi, and blood Qi, turning the opponent into a pile of bones in an instant. It was an existence far more terrifying than the Dark North divine Kung Fu and the great art of absorbing stars in the eastern lands. When everyone in the fire worship sect heard him naming their sect leader as a human cauldron, anger flashed in their eyes. However, they quickly suppressed it. Now that things had come to this, they were powerless to resist. Reporting to the Great Khan, when the city was breached, the sect master had already escaped through a secret passage. We don't know where he is now. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He was not trying to cover for the sect leader. If the sect leader was really missing, he would not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save the lives of everyone in the fire worship sect. Temujin's body suddenly leaned forward, and a force like a tsunami enveloped everyone. Reporting to the Great Khan, we dare not lie. The sect leader is indeed missing. Chongqing Wang, one of the 12 Tree Kings, answered under the pressure. The 12 Tree Kings were revered in the Persian Ming dynasty, second only to the sect leader and the old man. The 12 Tree Kings were: the first was Great Sage, the second was Wisdom, the third was Ever Victorious, the fourth was Master of Fire, the fifth was Diligent, the sixth was Equal, the seventh was Confidence, the eighth was Evil Suppression, the ninth was Righteous, the 10th was Meritorious, the 11th had been United Heart, and the 12th was Enlightened. Over the years of fighting against the Mongols, the Ming dynasty had suffered countless casualties, and the 12 Tree Kings had been replaced several times. However, after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire, this batch of Tree Kings was far stronger than the batch that had fought against Zhang Wuji on Lingxi Island. Of the 12 Tree Kings, Chongqing Wang, who was ranked 3rd, was the most skilled. Therefore, the others were intimidated by Temujin's aura and could not speak. Only Chongqing Wang could speak up for the old man. Hearing this, Temujin snorted and said, "Fine, I'll give you 3 months to bring your former sect leader to me. Otherwise, your sect of fire will be completely annihilated." He did not wait for their reply and left without waiting for their reply. "Yes, farewell, Great Khan." The mountain elder quickly bowed. After the Mongolian left, the 12 precious Tree Kings gathered around. "Elder, are we really going to hand over our sect leader?" "Yes, those who have been absorbed by zenith bliss have all turned into bones. Are we really going to let our beautiful sect leader end up like that?" Hearing the discussions of the precious Tree Kings, the mountain elder replied calmly, "If there was any other way, I wouldn't want to do this. But now, the lives of the entire sect of fire are in her hands. As the sect leader of the sect of fire, she has enjoyed the respect and glory of all her followers. Naturally, she should be prepared to sacrifice herself for the sect." The other precious Tree Kings agreed with this statement. After all, they had no other choice. Soon, one of them said, "Ever since the sect leader came back from the Central Plains, she has been practicing martial arts. Now that she is both highly skilled and alert, how are we going to find her if she has already escaped? Even if we can't find her, we have to. Otherwise, 3 months from now will be the day of our death. The mountain elder snorted. The sect leader seems to have a sweetheart in the eastern lands, and the sacred sect leader is also there. She most likely went to that person. If we surrender now, when the sacred sect leader blames us. One of the precious tree kings had a look of fear on his face. The old man in the mountain looked to the east and shook his head. This is no longer his era. Wherever the Mongolians point their weapons at, they are invincible. Furthermore, there are many top-notch experts under them. According to what I know, the sacred cult master is also being beaten by the Mongolians at Mount Kunlun. He can't even defend himself, so how can he blame us? The Mongolian Chieshwe army is too powerful, and Temujin's martial arts are even more unfathomable. Even the sacred sect leader will not be able to win against him, another precious tree king added. Let alone Temujin, even the few demonic masters around him with several sacred sect leaders might not be able to defeat them, the Chongqing king said with a bitter smile. The group of people recalled the terror of the Mongolians, and they all shuddered. If Xiao Zhao escapes to the eastern lands, it will not be easy for us to catch her. The eastern lands are too far from here, and 3 months may not be enough, especially since our intelligence network suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Mongolians. The group of people no longer called the sect leader, but directly called him by his name, as if this could reduce the guilt in their hearts. The mountain elder said, "Don't worry, I have a backup plan. When the time comes, we will choose a new saintess from the list of candidates. If we can't find Xiao Zhao, we will let the saintess calm Temujin's anger first. That should buy us some time." Great plan, elder. The precious tree kings all praised. As for the saintess who was destined to be sacrificed, who cared if she lived or died? When the time came, they would just choose a new saintess. Pass down my order, select the elites of the sect. Chongqing Wang, no, I will personally lead the team to the eastern lands to capture Xiao Zhao. The mountain elder quickly formulated a general plan. At this time, Song Qinshu, who was in the western Xia, did not know what had happened thousands of miles away. For the next period of time, he was dealing with the mess left behind by Li Liangzhua and Helian Taishu. Because of the lack of core manpower, Song Qinshu could only go against the majority's opinion and introduce a female official system, inserting people from the Condor Palace's 9 Heavens 9 divisions into the various government departments of the Western Xia. Fortunately, the Western Xia was originally a country founded by nomadic people, and it had been on the Silk Road for a long time. It had frequent contact with the culture of the West, so it could reluctantly accept this change. It would have been impossible to implement such a policy in the southern Song dynasty, where Confucianism was prevalent. Then, with the help of Li Qiushui's former subordinates, the first-class Hall, the Mu family and the Qin family, the Western Xia was finally stabilized. Before they knew it, the day of the Emperor and Empress wedding had arrived. Yelu Nancian personally helped Mu Wanqing dress up. When she combed her hair, she looked at the phoenix coronet on her and couldn't help but say enviously, "Wanqing, you are so beautiful today." Everyone says that the most beautiful moment in a woman's life is when she is a bride, and it seems that it is indeed so. Feeling a trace of loneliness in her heart, Mu Wanqing comforted her. "Sister Xian'er, you will have such a day sooner or later." Yelu Nancian smiled bitterly. "I have already worn my wedding dress some time ago. I thought I was going to marry the crown prince of the Western Xia, but the groom suddenly became Li Yuanhao. Speaking of which, we are all people with bitter lives. I am afraid that in this life, we will not be able to openly become Brother Song's wife." At this time, Qin Hongmian could not help but say, "I think you can rest assured. Qinshu is a responsible man. In the future, when he is fully fledged, he will definitely marry you." Mu Wanqing pouted, "Mother, you don't need to comfort us. Now, one of us is the Empress of the Western Xia, and the other is the Crown Princess of the Western Xia. How can we still marry Brother Song? Why not? Qin Hongmian pointed to the north and said, as far as I know, the Mongolian Genghis Khan had 4 empresses and countless imperial concubines at the same time. Many of them were even wives that he had snatched from his enemies. Even he could give those women status, not to mention that you and Qin Shu are in love with each other. Seeing that the 2 women were still somewhat dejected, Qin Hongmian continued, even if you don't believe me, you should have faith in Qin Shu. He is definitely not the kind of man who would let a woman down. Speaking up to this point, her expression was also incomparably strange. She had never thought that one day she would actually have to speak up for that man. She had almost shared the same bed with him twice in a row. Although this made Qin Hongmian extremely ashamed and resentful, at the same time, she also somewhat admired his gentlemanly demeanor. In that kind of situation, if it was another man, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation to take her. As a former princess, coupled with the fact that the Xixia people's customs were somewhat barbaric, it wasn't like she hadn't seen similar things like taking in both mother and daughter, beautiful sisters, and so on. Many great aristocrats liked this kind of thing. Although the imperial court of the Central Plains prided itself on being a country of propriety, such things were not uncommon throughout the dynasties and dynasties. This was even recorded in the history books, not to mention those filthy things that had been buried in history. It was precisely because she knew these things that her impression of Song Qinshu increased by a lot. Especially in the dead of night, when she would even dream of some shameful scenes that couldn't be told to outsiders, she even unconsciously started to speak up for Song Qinshu. Suddenly, she noticed that the 2 women were looking at her with a somewhat strange expression. She felt guilty and hurriedly found an excuse to explain, in this life it's because I've misjudged men. That's why I'm especially clear about scumbags who don't take responsibility. It's very obvious that I can't see that in Song Qinshu. Mu Wanqing also couldn't help but nod and say, that's right. In fact, Big Brother Song has also said similar things to me in the past. I didn't expect that I haven't seen it as clearly as Mother. I shouldn't have doubted Big Brother Song. Yelu Nancian also said, that's true. It's still Madam who sees things clearly. Chapter 1882. Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived. Soon, a palace maid came in. It was not convenient for them to say anything, so Qin Hongmian and Yelu Nancian sent Mu Wanqing out to attend the ceremony. The weddings of ordinary families were quite complicated, and the weddings of the royal family were even more complicated. There were all kinds of sacrificial rites, ancestral temples, and receiving congratulations from the civil and military officials. The day passed quickly. In the end, when Mu Wanqing was sent back to her bedroom, she couldn't help but complain to Qin Hongmian, marriage is so tiring, I don't want to experience it a second time. Qin Hongmian couldn't help but laugh, silly child, how can there be a second marriage, unless it's inauspicious. Mu Wanqing didn't care. Anyway, I've already set my mind on Brother Song. Even if he doesn't want me, I won't marry anyone else, so there won't be a second time. Yelu Nancian couldn't help but laugh. Don't speak too soon, you really might get married a second time. Ah why? Mu Wanqing was shocked. Yelu Nancian laughed. You know, today is your wedding with the Western Xia Emperor, Li Longzhua. In the future, when the situation is settled, won't you marry Brother Song again? Mu Wanqing blushed and said shyly, Sister Xian'er, you laugh at me too. Actually, I've thought it through, this will make Brother Song remember me. This is a unique wedding, if I have to do it with him again, I'll be at a disadvantage. Yelu Nancian's eyes were full of laughter. It's good that Sister Wan can think it through. After all, you are the empress of a country. Many women in the world dream of becoming empress, but I don't even have the luck to become the crown prince's concubine. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but pull her hand. Sister Xian'er, it's easy to become empress. I'll let you wear the phoenix coronet, and you'll be empress tonight. Yelu Nanxian was shocked and quickly got up. Tonight is your wedding night, don't mess around. Qin Hongmian also laughed. Looking at the time, Qinshu should be here soon, your sister Xian'er and I should leave. Mu Wanqing was anxious. Hey, don't go, I'm scared here alone. What's there to be afraid of? It's your husband coming, not someone else. Qin Hongmian laughed. Mu Wanqing's face turned slightly red. I'm just a little scared. Can you guys stay and accompany me? Qin Hongmian blushed and spat. Only the bride can stay in the bridal chamber. There's no reason for the mother to stay with you. However, Nanxian is your sister, so she can stay with you. Yelu Nanxian also hurriedly waved her hand. I'll also go first. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Mu Wanqing to urge her to stay and hurriedly left. At the same time, she secretly felt strange in her heart. She thought to herself, it was originally a very normal matter, but why did it sound so strange coming from Madame Qin's mouth? It was as if the three of them were waiting to consummate their marriage together. After Yelu Nanxian left, Qin Hongmian gave her a series of instructions on how to cross cups of wine later. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a little sad. The reason why she knew these things wasn't because she was experienced. Back then, during her wedding with Mu Yuqi, she was completely dazed and didn't have any memories at all. Instead, it was because she had fantasized that Duan Zhengchun would marry her. Even the details of the wedding had been carefully prepared, but unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. At that moment, she no longer had any interest. After giving her daughter a few instructions, she hurriedly left. Not long after she left the door, she coincidentally ran into Song Qinshu. Why is Madame crying? Seeing her slightly red eyes and faint traces of tears on her pure white cheeks, Song Qinshu was startled and couldn't help but ask. No, it's nothing. Qin Hongmian hurriedly turned her head away, using the back of her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes before turning back. It's just that seeing one get married, my heart was so happy that I couldn't help but cry. Is that so? Song Qinshu was a little suspicious. Suddenly, his heart moved. Did Madame recall the scene again and think of that surname Duan? No, Qin Hongmian hurriedly denied, but in the end she smiled bitterly. As expected, I can't hide it from you. Qinshu, you're so smart, that silly girl Wan'er will definitely be completely controlled by you for the rest of her life. In the future, you mustn't let her down. Song Qinshu smiled. Madame worries too much. How could I possibly do anything that would let Wan Mei down? He hadn't finished speaking when the scene of the two of them being intimate under the covers a few days ago appeared in his mind. His gaze fell on her snow-white slender neck and her voluptuous and graceful body, and for a moment, he was somewhat speechless. Qin Hongmian clearly thought the same as him. Her fair, jade-like face was instantly dyed with a layer of peach red, and her chest also rose and fell somewhat rapidly. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and hurriedly threw down a sentence, "Remember our agreement." Then, she left as if she was fleeing, and the way she walked seemed to have become somewhat unnatural. Song Qinshu was startled, and after thinking for a long time, he finally remembered what their agreement was, which was to never tell Mu Wanqing about what happened that night. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. Originally, nothing had happened, but in the end, she made it seem as if they were having an affair. But very quickly, he recalled how Li Qinglu had dressed up as her that night, and for a moment, his expression also became somewhat unnatural. Collecting his thoughts, Song Qinshu walked to Mu Wanqing's sleeping quarters, pushed open the door, and entered. He waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids and eunuchs, then looked at Mu Wanqing who was sitting on the bed. She was usually elegant and refined, but now she was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red cape. Under the illumination of the red candles, her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms, less cold and frosty, and more charming and gorgeous. Idiot, why are you standing there and not coming over? Mu Wanqing's heartbeat sped up under his gaze, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Who knew that after a long time, he would still be standing there? She was originally pure and innocent, so whatever was on her mind, she would say it out loud. Song Qinshu said with a smile, I remembered the scene when I met you on Mount Hua. You still have the nerve to say that? You were so bad at that time. After he mentioned it, Mu Wanqing also recalled the various events of the past, and couldn't help but spit. Song Qinshu walked over with a face full of saliva. If I wasn't bad, how could I have gotten such a fairy-like bride? Mu Wanqing hurriedly dodged to the side. Take off your mask first, it's making my heart flustered. Only then did Song Qinshu remember that he had to face so many palace maids and eunuchs just now, so he didn't have the time to take off his mask. He hurriedly put it away and restored his original appearance. Only then did he reach out and pull her into his embrace. We've known each other for so long, but in the end, we've only just gotten together. It's really not easy to think about it. Now that he thought about it, Mu Wanqing was pretty much the first woman he met after he transmigrated to this chaotic world, other than Zhou Zhuruo and Icy Snow. He seemed to have met Huang Rong in Jingzhou as well, but at that time, Huang Rong was the leader of the world's #1 sect in the pugilistic world, while he was the notorious cripple and abandoned disciple of Wudong sect. The two of them couldn't be considered to have crossed paths at all, and the real interaction was something that happened much later. At this moment, Mu Wanqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Humph, isn't it because you're a womanizer? You've always been having fun outside, and you don't even remember to look for me. Song Qinshu was drenched in a waterfall of sweat, somewhat guiltily said, Actually, Mu Wanqing stretched out her finger and placed it on his lips. Song Lang, you don't have to explain. Since I chose to marry you, there are some things that I can naturally figure out. Now that I think about it, the identity of the Empress of Xixia is pretty good. At least in this identity, you're mine alone. Sister Wan. Song Qinshu's heart was moved. Looking at the girl in front of him, her pink face and bright eyes, thin eyebrows and wide forehead, moist red lips, every part of her was quite seductive. His heart was moved and he couldn't help but directly kiss her. Now I've really blocked enough words. I was wondering where I wrote the word condom, but when I looked at it, the original text was a complete set. Chapter 1883. After Mu Wanqing gave him a kiss, her heart was thumping wildly, her cheeks were flushed, and she was extremely shy. Her already bright red face became even more gorgeous. Suddenly thinking of something, she hurriedly pushed him away and said in a low voice, We haven't drunk the nuptial wine yet. Song Qinshu hugged her slender waist and felt that it was warm and soft. He couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face in a daze. How can you drink the nuptial wine? I'm not wine. Hearing her lover's praise, Mu Wanqing was also extremely happy. But the nuptial wine can't be saved. My mother said that one hua should be divided into 2 ladles. The son-in-law and the wife should each hold one to complete the final ceremony of marriage. Only then will both husband and wife receive the blessings of heaven. Song Qinshu was startled. Isn't the final ceremony to enter the bridal room? After drinking the nuptial wine, you can do whatever you want. Speaking of this, Mu Wanqing was already extremely shy and almost buried her head in her clothes. Hearing her extremely soft voice, especially that kind of feeling of infinite shyness, made Song Qinshu's index finger move. He almost turned into a werewolf on the spot. However, he was very clear that for a woman, the sense of ceremony was the most important. If she didn't drink the nuptial wine, it would become a lifetime regret for her. So he resisted the impulse in his heart and reached out to suck the wine pot and wine cup over. Every time this happened, he couldn't help but sigh at the goodness of the martial arts world. No matter how advanced the technological society was, for individuals, sometimes it might not be as convenient as martial arts. Handing the yuanyang cup full of wine to Mu Wanqing, Song Qingshu looked at her beautiful face that was like the first blooming spring flower, and said solemnly, "Wan Mei, after today, we will become a real husband and wife. If I let you down in the future, I will definitely teach heaven." Mu Wanqing hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth, and her pair of beautiful eyes revealed tenderness. "Good brother, I understand your intentions. I don't need you to swear. Even if you really let me down, it's my own bitter fate. I can't blame you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel tenderness. Wan Mei, seeing him approach her face again, Mu Wanqing's face turned slightly red. Her voice was soft and pleasant. "Drink the nuptial wine first. I almost forgot." Song Qingshu suddenly came to his senses. Holding her hand, they drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then they threw their wine cups to the side. Song Qingshu could no longer suppress the feelings in his heart and directly lowered his head to kiss her. The girl's unique fragrance lingered in his nose. It was the most wonderful feeling in the world. In the end, Song Qingshu was no longer satisfied with just kissing her, especially when he saw her cheeks like fire, indescribably tender and lovely. Her pair of watery eyes, a pair of hands quietly reached into her clothes, feeling her youthful and elastic skin. As he gazed at her face that was like a crabapple sleeping in the spring and her body that was like a lotus that had just bloomed, Song Qingshu never expected that she, who was usually somewhat cold, would actually be so lively and charming. In a certain instant, she was actually 90% similar to Qin Hongmian's charm. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why did I think of her at this time? I've sinned. He hurriedly restrained his mind and got rid of the distracting thoughts. But the more he did so, the more clear Qin Hongmian's beautiful and fragrant side became in his mind. Song Qingshu secretly had a headache. It seemed that last time at Jie Tan Temple, and this time Li Qinglu's teasing, he stopped at the last moment, which instead caused a knot in his heart. There were 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness and death, sorrow, anger, separation from love, resentment and unattainable. Qin Hongmian belonged to the category of unattainable. Unattainable was one of the 8 sufferings. If it was so easy to see through, the world would have long been filled with eminent monks who obtained it. Originally, with Song Qingshu's temperament, he wouldn't look at a woman in such a special light. But after 2 unattainable encounters, it made Qin Hongmian become special. Human nature was like this. What they couldn't obtain was the best. Once they obtained it, they didn't know how to cherish it. Originally, it was very easy to get rid of this mental barrier. They only needed to obtain it once, but the relationship between the two of them was destined to be impossible. The more it was like this, the more it encouraged the unattainable mental barrier. Song Qingshu was like this, and Qin Hongmian, who was tossing and turning in another palace, was also like this. Feeling the delicate breathing of the lady in his arms and the waves of fragrance, Song Qingshu's blood vessels expanded in an instant. His lust was like a tide and he couldn't stop it. He carried her to the bed and put down the curtain of the dragon bed. Her soft and tender cheeks were pressed against his face. He heard the tender cries of Lang Jun in his ears. He smelled the delicate fragrance on her body. How could his spirit not be fluttering? The next morning, Song Qingshu got up early, but Mu Wanqing was sleeping very sweetly. He couldn't bear to wake her up, so he got up and washed himself. Then, he went to the imperial study to review the memorials from all over the country. Originally, the Emperor and Empress wedding was not only a general amnesty, but also a 2-day holiday for the whole country. But others could rest, but he couldn't. Now that the Xixia had gone through a series of turmoil, there were a lot of things to do. He had to stabilize the situation as soon as possible and then train Mu Wanqing, Yalu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu to take over the government. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. Not long after he came out of the room, he ran into Li Qinglu. She said with a smile, "Hey, the groom woke up so early. What can I do? There are so many things to deal with." You came at the right time. Come with me to the Imperial Study. I need you to help Mu Wanqing with these things in the future. Song Qingshu asked her to go with him. What about Sister Mu? She should learn more, Li Qinglu said with a smile. Song Qingshu blushed. It's a little inconvenient for her. She should sleep a little more in the morning. Li Qinglu hurriedly moved closer to him and asked with a gossipy face, How was last night? It seems like the battle was very intense. Song Qingshu. At first he thought she was a quiet girl. After the two of them got to know each other, he realized what a seductive woman she was. Li Qinglu then asked, Meng Lang, who do you think is better between me and Sister Mu? Song Qingshu's face darkened. He naturally understood that the other party wasn't more serious, but more at night. But was there anyone in the world who would compare a pestering lover with another woman? Li Qinglu seemed to know that he wouldn't answer, so she answered her own question. Hey, actually, I know even if you don't say it. You definitely think Sister Mu is better. Why? Song Qingshu was curious. Because Sister Mu looks very similar to Qin Hongmian. For a few moments last night you probably thought she was Qin Hongmian. One moment she was a madam, the next moment she was a daughter. Which man could forget such an exciting experience? Of course, I can't compare. Li Qinglu analyzed seriously. Song Qingshu finally couldn't take it anymore. What has Li Qiushui taught you all these years? Why are there so many perverted thoughts in your little head? Chapter 1884. Song Qingshu wanted to refute loudly, but he could not help but recall some scenes from last night. He felt guilty and quickly changed the topic. I don't want to discuss such boring things with you. Hurry up and call Sienna over. Let's continue practicing our ability to deal with memorials and government affairs. Li Qinglu rolled her eyes. Do you want to call Qin Hongmian over? Song Qingshu was finally annoyed. Are you done? Why do you keep mentioning her? I'm thinking about the overall situation. Li Qinglu looked as if she had been wronged. We have so few people right now, and we need help. This kind of thing is too confidential. We can't let outsiders know. After thinking about it, she's the most suitable person to help. Song Qingshu was stunned. He suddenly felt that what she said made some sense. Since Qin Hongmian already knew about this, the best way was to let her help as well. This way they would not waste human resources. But there's a big problem, Li Qinglu suddenly said. What? Song Qingshu asked instinctively. That's how we can ensure Qin Hongmian's loyalty. Li Qinglu scowled, as if she was thinking hard. In the past, the method Class 1 Hall used to control spies was to control their lives and future. We also needed to hold their parents and children as hostages. Some of the spies from crucial departments even needed to take poison regularly, but we can't use these methods on her. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Madam Qin is not that kind of person. Besides, Wanqing is here. She won't reveal our secret. As a leader, you can't be so emotional. You need to use all kinds of methods to keep things in check. You can't just rely on the people's hearts. Li Qinglu warned. She was born in the royal family, and had been in charge of an important department like Class 1 Hall for a long time. In this regard, she was more rational than Song Qingshu, who was a person who had only joined the family halfway. Besides, Madam Qin will not reveal the secret under normal circumstances. But what if something unexpected happens? For example, Duan Zhengchun comes to find her and spills the beans in a moment of confusion? Duan Zhengchun knows that he is a playboy and likes to fool around. Who knows if he will encounter a few female spies from other countries? After all, Duan Zhengchun is the second most important person in Dali. It is normal for other countries to send female spies to get close to him. Song Qingshu sank into deep thought. What you said isn't without reason. He thought of Ruan Xingzhu. Back then, she seemed to have another motive for getting close to Duan Zhengchun. I have an idea, Li Qinglu suddenly said. Song Qingshu was delighted and hurriedly asked. Li Qinglu then replied, that is to make her your woman. Your status is higher than Duan Jingquan's, and at the same time, you are younger and stronger than him. Your martial arts are also better. I guarantee that she will be dead set on you and will never do anything to betray you. Song Qinshu couldn't bear it anymore. He directly grabbed her and gave her a good spanking. What are you thinking about all day long? Can you not be so dirty? Li Qinglu's eyes were watery. I know what you are worried about. Although we can't be together in public, we can do it in secret. At that time, the world will know, you will know, and she will know. Isn't it a perfect solution to the problem of secular morality and etiquette? What heaven and earth will know. At this time, a gentle voice came from not far away. The two turned around and saw Qin Hongmian walking out from a pavilion in the corner. Song Qinshu was sweating profusely. He hurriedly put Li Qinglu down. He was too careless just now. He didn't notice that someone was so close to them. He didn't know if she heard what they said. If she did, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Qinglu looked calm and said with a smile, Brother Song was praising Madame's beauty just now. Qin Hongmian's face turned red. You little girl, you only know how to talk nonsense. Why did he praise me for no reason? Li Qinglu answered, because Sister Mu is born with the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon. He had a wonderful night yesterday. Then he sighed with emotion. Only a woman as beautiful as Madame could give birth to such a fairy-like daughter. Although she was a little embarrassed, Qin Hongmian was also a little happy. Princess must be joking. Isn't Princess also so beautiful? At the side, Song Qinshu couldn't help but admire these women's ability to flatter each other. They were obviously scheming against each other behind their backs, but in the end they could throw all kinds of compliments at each other like they were free. No wonder the term, plastic sisters, was popular in his previous life. However, seeing the two of them flatter each other, Song Qinshu also understood that Qin Hongmian probably didn't hear what they said before. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she wouldn't be able to completely hide her thoughts like Li Qinglu. Why is Madame here so early? Qin Hongmian answered, I didn't sleep well last night. In the morning, I got up to get some fresh air in the imperial garden. Song Qinshu hurriedly said, Is the bedding or sandalwood in the room not to your liking? I'll send someone to send some over later. No need, no need. It has nothing to do with those. Qin Hongmian hurriedly waved her hands. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at him. Wasn't the main culprit? Noticing her expression, the corners of Li Qinglu's lips slightly curled up. Since you're here, let's have breakfast together. Sister Mu will also come later. No need. Qin Hongmian hurriedly waved her hands. Song Qinshu was with her lovers, so what was the point of her getting involved? Moreover, she had already decided to keep her distance from Song Qinshu. Mother, you're here too? Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice came from behind them. They looked towards the source of the voice and saw a woman more beautiful than a rose slowly walking over. At this moment, she was dressed in the clothes of an empress. She had lost the youthfulness of a young girl and had gained the maturity of a young woman. Wan seeing her daughter's rosy complexion and the happiness between her brows, Qin Hongmian finally relaxed. At least she didn't have to suffer alone her entire life like she did. Li Qinglu also couldn't help but look her up and down a few more times. Sister Mu, you're really beautiful today. I feel that you're even more beautiful than yesterday. Li Qinglu said this from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't the deliberate flattery from before. Qinglu, you're also very beautiful. Especially now that your skin seems to be a little more pink than usual. Mu Wanqing also said with a smile. Li Qinglu subconsciously glanced at Song Qinshu. Isn't it all because of him? She suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped herself from speaking. However, everyone present was experienced. Everyone understood what she meant. Even Qin Hongmian, who was at the side, was secretly amazed. No wonder recently when I looked in the mirror, I realized that my complexion was much better than before. So the magic of love is really so great. Bah, I'm letting my imagination run wild again. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Seeing that they were about to start flattering each other again, Song Qinshu hurriedly said, "Let's go to the imperial study together. We can also learn how to handle memorials." After all, I announced to the public that Li Longzhuo was seriously injured in the previous rebellion. In the future, these political affairs will be gradually handed over to you. Seeing that Qin Hongmian wanted to leave, Song Qinshu also called out to her. "Madam Qin, please stay. You should come with us. It's not too convenient for me to go." Qin Hongmian shook her head slightly and refused. Song Qinshu smiled. "Qinglu and I were just discussing how to get you to help us. It just so happens that Sister Wan doesn't have much experience. She also needs your help." "Actually, I don't understand these things either." Qin Hongmian blushed. Song Qinshu said with a smile, "It's good to have more people with more wisdom. You guys can learn together. You can also compare notes with each other on a daily basis." "Mother, come with me." Mu Wanqing couldn't help but hug her mother's arm and shake it. Chapter 1885. Hearing about the Mongols, Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat. "What military intelligence?" "I don't know," the eunuch replied. "An urgent memorial from the border is in the study." Song Qinshu dismissed him and beckoned to the girls. "Let's go together." The girls also realized the seriousness of the matter and followed behind him. Qin Hongmian hesitated for a moment before following. Arriving at the Shang minister's study, Song Qinshu opened the sealed letter and took out a memorial to the throne. Soon, he frowned deeply and sighed after a long time. "The thing I was worried about has finally come." The girls hurriedly went over to read it and finally understood what was going on. The scouts at the border had found out that the Mongolian army had been acting strangely and seemed to be gathering towards Western Xia. They had sent a memorial to the central government to make preparations. Song Qinshu found it strange. Didn't the news say that the Persian Ming dynasty was in a stalemate with the Mongols? How could the Mongols have the energy to attack Western Xia? "It's all my fault." Mu Wanqing couldn't help but say, "If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have killed Nian Liandan and Zhu Lao. I heard that the Mongols value the lives of their envoys and think that they represent their country. Now that Nian Liandan and the others have been killed, the Mongols won't let this go." Song Qinshu comforted her. "Sister Wanqing, don't think too much. Nian Liandan almost offended you. Even if I had to choose 100 times, I would kill him without hesitation. As for the Mongols, they will move south sooner or later. It has nothing to do with you." Li Qinglu also comforted her. "Sister Mu, don't take it to heart. The Mongols are cruel and have the ambition to conquer the world. There will be a war with the Central Plains sooner or later. Our main problem now is how to deal with it and not fall into self-blame." Yelu Nanxian also comforted her. "Wanqing, this has nothing to do with you. The Mongols have been ambitious for a long time. It's just that they have been busy with the Western expedition." After being comforted by the others, Mu Wanqing felt a little more at ease. Song Qinshu said, "The most important thing right now is to determine Mongolia's intentions and whether they are truly targeting Western Xia. Also, we need to investigate the situation of Mongolia's westward expedition. Clear due, I'll need your Class 1 hall to investigate this." Li Qinglu nodded. Over this period of time, there have been a few coups in the country, and Class 1 hall has practically fallen into a state of stagnation. We didn't manage to get a lot of information in time, but now we're on the right track, and we should be able to get some information soon. "All right," Song Qinshu said. "Xian Air, bring me the military deployment map in the north. We'll study the routes that the Mongolians will take if they really attack us. We'll be prepared beforehand." In the following period of time, Song Qinshu, Mu Wanqing, and Yelu Nansien worked together to study the Western Xia's northern defensive line and began to organize the logistics system. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder move first. Very soon, Class 1 Hall received news that the Mongolians had won against the allied forces of the Western countries during their expedition to the west. In fact, they had even taken down the headquarters of the Persian Ming dynasty, Dove Nest. The Ming dynasty suffered countless casualties, and the remaining people surrendered under Old Mountain's lead. What about their cult master? Song Qinshu could not help but be concerned about Xiao Zhao's fate. Li Qinglu answered, I didn't hear any news of their cult master being captured. There's only a rumor that their cult master left before the city was breached and fled to the eastern lands. It's said that Old Mountain even personally led people to chase after her in exchange for a pardon from the Mongolian Great Khan. However, this news has not been verified, and we don't know whether it's true or not. There must be a reason behind all this. When he heard that Xiao Zhao did not end up in the Mongolians' hands, Song Qinshu sighed in relief. Even though they had never met before, she was the most suitable person to be a wife along with Schwanger in the Golden Book. Besides, she was Tatish's daughter. No matter what, he did not want anything to happen to Xiao Zhao. By the way, how did Light Summit react when the Persian Ming dynasty was destroyed? Based on the original novel's description, if Xiao Zhao was no longer responsible for the Persian Ming dynasty, she would most likely go to look for her sweetheart, Zhang Wuji. It was a pity that she did not know that her sweetheart had already changed. The Ming dynasty is currently in a defensive state. Based on the reports from our spies, it seems that we haven't seen the cult master for a long time, Li Qinglu answered. Song Qinshu was stunned. He was puzzled. Previously, when Vulture Palace was in chaos, based on Fan Yao and Wei Yixiao's expressions, it was clear that Zhang Wuji had planned to go, but he never showed up. Now that the Persian Ming dynasty had been destroyed, he still did not show up? Others might not know about his relationship with the Persian Ming dynasty, but how could he not know? How could he not have any reaction when he saw the headquarters of the Ming dynasty that he single-handedly created destroyed? Where the hell did this guy go? Last time, Su Xinghe's disciples found the dead miracle Dr. Shui at Mount Beating Drum. Everyone else thought that it was Jinluan Fuang and the others who did it. But to him, the murderer was more likely to be Lord Ming. It was just that Zhang Wuji's loyal and honest image was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, so no one was willing to think that way. Just as Song Qinshu was thinking, a eunuch suddenly sent a message that Mongolia had sent a letter of credence. Rather than calling it a credence, it was more like a strongly worded letter of condemnation. It strongly criticized Li Long's illegal ascension to the throne, saying that the deaths of Li Yuanhao and the crown prince had something to do with him, and that Princess Yin Chuan had always been the future consort of the fifth prince, Su Liawu. Now that Princess Yin Chuan's whereabouts were unknown and her father was murdered by Li Longzhua, the fifth prince would soon send troops to take revenge for his future consort and father-in-law. When did I become his future consort? Li Qinglu was instantly enraged. Standing at the side, Yelu Nansien couldn't help but ask curiously, there is such a rumor in the streets. 2 years ago, it was said that Su Liawu had taken a fancy to you, and that so-called betrothal contest for Western Xia was just a formality. Li Qinglu blushed. Actually, my father did have such intentions, but the late emperor was a man of great talent and strategy. He knew very well that the Mongolians would not let any other country off the hook, so he didn't want me to marry into the Mongolians, lest the Western Xia be tied to the war chariot by the Mongolians and become a weapon in their hands. In the end, when the other countries were destroyed, the Western Xia dynasty would repeat the same mistake as the Qi dynasty at the end of the Warring States period. That's why he proposed the betrothal contest, in an attempt to incite a war between the Mongolians and the other countries through the competition between the princes and sons of the other countries. Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. although Li Yuanhao is a little lecherous. He subconsciously glanced at Qin Hongmian, who was standing at the side. Clearly, she had also recalled the incident at Jietan Temple. At that time, if Li Yuanhao hadn't harbored evil thoughts, their relationship wouldn't be so awkward. Clearing his throat, Song Qinshu continued, but as he was able to stand between Song and Liao and lead the Dongxiang people to establish their country, dominating a region, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Just based on his understanding of the betrothal contest, there aren't many people in this world who have such a clear mind. Mu Wanqing also couldn't help but agree. The late emperor is indeed a dragon among men. But Song Qinshu had a headache. At that time, in order to save trouble, I used Li Liang's identity to pacify the Western Xia dynasty as soon as possible, but I didn't expect that it would cause even greater trouble. Chapter 1886. What is it? Mu Wanqing asked curiously from the side. Song Qinshu could more or less guess what they were thinking. As expected, Li Qinglu quickly said, "Isn't the Mongolians using the pretense of avenging me? I'll find a chance to show my face and make them send their troops to Nameless. Then, in accordance with the late emperor's last will, I'll announce to all the heroes in the world that the matchmaking convention will be held." Song Qinshu frowned. Matchmaking? Li Qinglu smiled and interrupted what he wanted to say. "Meng Lang, you don't need to persuade me. Before, I kept saying that I wanted Big Sister Mu and Big Sister Xian to be sacrificed, but now that it's my turn, I'm making excuses. Let's not talk about what they think of me. I also look down on myself." Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian hurriedly said, "Qinglu, you don't need to worry about what we think. Why would we push you into a pit of fire?" Li Qinglu replied, "Don't worry, big sisters. I'm not stupid enough to actually marry to the Mongolians. I'm just temporarily sacrificing my reputation. After all, if it's really a matchmaking convention, who in the world can compare to Meng Lang?" "That's true." Mu Wanqing and Yelu Nanxian both breathed a sigh of relief. Song Qinshu's current martial arts might not even be comparable to the legendary elders in the martial arts world, not to mention the fact that the people participating in the matchmaking convention were all princes and grandsons from various countries. Their martial arts couldn't possibly be that high. But there's a problem. Qin Hongmian, who had been watching silently at the side, spoke up. Noticing everyone's gaze, her heart skipped a beat before she continued. After all, Qin Shu already has a wife now, and he has announced it to the world more than one. When the time comes, the princes and grandsons of the various countries will definitely use this as a reason to attack without restraint. He may not have the chance to participate in the competition. The problem she pointed out did exist. Song Qinshu was famous for being a playboy in Jianghu. He married Zhou Zhiruo, a member of Amei's faction. Everyone in Jianghu knew about their relationship at the lion-slaying assembly. There was also the 9th princess of the former Ming dynasty. Song Qinshu was able to gain a firm foothold in the Golden Snake Battalion at the beginning because of his marriage with the 9th princess, which earned him the support of the former Ming dynasty. In addition, although he did not officially marry the 2 princesses of the southern Song dynasty, he made an engagement with them at the same time. The title of Twin Phoenix Emperor's son-in-law was also constantly mentioned by the people of the southern Song dynasty. The other princes and grandsons must have known that in terms of martial arts, status and power, almost no one could compare to him. Now that they had this information on him, they would naturally have a tacit understanding to unite and not give him a chance to participate in the competition. Not to mention the ambiguous relationship between the Mongolian Song Qinshu and the young princess of the Ruyang Palace. If he was not careful and angered the Ruyang prince, it would be even more troublesome. Li Qinglu was immediately dumbfounded. "Am I really going to marry that Mongolian 5th prince?" Qin Hongmian suddenly laughed. "How could you all forget that Qinshu has another ability? As she said this, she pointed at the mask on his face. In fact, this was also the inspiration brought by her daughter, who had no choice but to marry Li Longzhua in name. She was always worried that her daughter would be wronged. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to let her other sisters feel the same way. Li Qinglu immediately turned from worry to joy. Yes, as long as Meng Lang does not reveal his original identity, he can still participate in the marriage contest with another identity. The others all nodded and quickly agreed with this plan. Song Qinshu said, "This is not a bad idea, but the biggest problem now is, what identity will I use to participate in the marriage contest?" After his reminder, the girls finally realized that Li Qinglu was a princess of a country, so her identity must not be ordinary to be able to participate in the marriage contest. Could be estimated that the princes and grandsons would be average, or at the very least, they would have to be like the master of the Vulture Palace, a powerful figure in the martial arts world. After that, the girls all began to discuss and come up with ideas. Unfortunately, no matter how much they discussed, they could not come up with a suitable answer. We can't rush this problem. Maybe one day, she will suddenly think of a suitable identity. Yelu Nanxian finally said helplessly. Song Qinshu nodded. Yes, let's settle this plan first. Later, we will draft an imperial edict to restore the identity of Princess Yin Chuan. As for the reason, you guys can discuss it. When her identity is revealed and returned to the imperial court, we will announce it to the world. In 3 months, the marriage contest will be held in the spiritual state, inviting all the talents in the world. Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but say, when the time comes, the Mongols won't be able to marry the princess. I'm afraid they won't give up so easily. In the past, Liao and the Mongols were allies. Yelu Nanxian had had a lot of contact with the Mongols and knew their way of doing things. If Liao married Li Qinglu in the end, it would be one thing. After all, it was said that Hulwu had fallen in love with her at first sight. But if the princess was stolen by another man, the Mongols would not let this go. Most importantly, according to the Mongols' customs, they would not completely give up just because a woman got married. They followed the principle of strength. As long as a man was strong enough, he could take back his opponent's wife. In the early days, Temujin's wife was taken by him from another tribe. Later, she was taken back by his enemies. During this time, she gave birth to the enemy's child. After 1 or 2 years, when Temujin's strength had grown, he came back and rescued his wife. It could be predicted that even if Li Qinglu married Song Qinshu according to the plan, with the Mongols' current military strength, Hulwu would definitely lead his army south and try to take Li Qinglu away. Song Qinshu smiled. Of course the Mongols won't let this go. From the start, I didn't expect the betrothal contest to solve the Mongols' threat. I just want to buy a little more time. I want to use these 3 months to persuade the other countries and see if we can form an alliance to fight against the Mongols. When the time comes, we can form an alliance and help Western Xia fight against the Mongols. Qin Hongmian couldn't help but say, the countries of the Central Plains have been fighting each other for years and have accumulated a lot of old grudges. I'm afraid they won't come to help. Song Qinshu replied, although we can't persuade all the countries to form an alliance, such as the blood feud between the Jin and the Song, we definitely won't be able to work together. But we can still persuade some of the other countries. He didn't tell them about the situation in the other countries. It wasn't that he didn't trust the girls, but it was a kind of protection for everyone. It should be known that one-way communication was the basic operation of a spy. If people knew about the other parallel lines, once one of them had a problem, it would completely collapse. Because of Liao's experience, Yelu Nanxian could vaguely guess something, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she said, Big Brother Song, are you going to leave for a while? Mu Wanqing was a little reluctant. The two of them were newlyweds, and they were going to be separated so soon. Song Qinshu nodded. I must hurry up and make arrangements in the countries in these 3 months. Fortunately, I've already announced that Li Liangzhua is injured, so I can legitimately hand over the court to you guys. When the time comes, you guys can work together, and I'll leave Western Xia to you guys. Then when do you plan to leave? Even though she was reluctant, Mu Wanqing knew that she couldn't let love affect official business. Song Qingshu thought for a while and said, 3 days later. I have to hurry up. In the next few days, I'll also hand over the court affairs to you guys so you guys can have a transition. So fast. The girls looked at each other, feeling the heavy atmosphere. In the next few days, Song Qingshu did his best to teach the girls about the court affairs from morning to night. Li Qinglu and Yelu Nanxian were both born in the royal family, so they had a certain amount of experience. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, was exceptionally intelligent and could be said to understand everything with just a little bit of guidance. Moreover, there was Qin Hongmian's help, so she could barely keep up with the progress. When it was time to rest at night, the girls knew that they were about to part, so they were no longer shy. One by one, they gave him their most tender and sweet side in private, letting Song Qingshu enjoy their tenderness. Of course, sleeping together with them was out of the question. Chapter 1887. After leaving the spiritual state, Song Qingshu headed east. The journey was boring. Sometimes, he sighed with emotion. Others thought he was traveling around the world and flirting with women, but only he knew how hard it was. It was rare for him to live a peaceful life all year round, and he rarely got together with his female friends. He was always on the move. It was really better to be a martial arts master who was free and unfettered. However, he still had to do what he had to do. Now that he had participated in the game of Seize the Throne, there was no such thing as quitting halfway. The winner would take all, and the loser would be doomed eternally. Now, he was not only fighting for his dream, but also shouldering the lives of countless people. After a day of traveling, when night fell, Song Qingshu found an inn in a nearby town to stay for the night. He threw a silver ingot on the counter and said, "Innkeeper, I want the Sky Room one." He didn't do this on purpose. After all, these so-called heavenly rooms sounded good, but in reality, the environment and conditions were just so-so. In his previous life, any of the better hotel rooms would be much better than this. In addition, he was used to living in the royal palace in this world, so ordinary inn rooms were naturally not good enough for him. The guest rooms in this rural town were not good, so he simply asked for the best room, hoping that it wouldn't be too bad later. Song Qingshu had never been the kind of person to mistreat himself. After all, he now controlled a few powerful forces in the Central Plains, and he had even dug out quite a few treasures. Even though he was short of money sometimes, that was only when it came to the country. While the money needed to pay for a war was an astronomical figure, when it came to his personal expenses, he would not be able to finish spending it even if he lived for 10 lifetimes. The innkeeper looked greedily at the silver ingot in front of him and reluctantly returned it to Song Qingshu. "I'm sorry, sir, but the Sky Room one is already taken." "Then I'll take room 2. Song Qingshu didn't mind. This kind of situation happened from time to time. The innkeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Room 2 is also taken." Song Qingshu frowned slightly and said, "Then I'll take room 3. The innkeeper's face was wrinkled like a shriveled orange peel. "Number 3 is also reserved." Song Qingshu's face darkened. "Don't tell me you want to rip me off because I don't look familiar to you?" This world was not like those historical dramas on TV. One had to know that the Sky Suite was very expensive for ordinary people. Not many people could afford it. In such a remote town, most of the people who came and went were poor travelers. Some of them were Jianghu people. They could not be considered rich. It was fine if one suite was booked, but how could 3 be booked at the same time? "How would I dare to lie to you? There really is someone living here." In order to make his words more believable, the innkeeper hurriedly added, "The lady in room 1 is wearing a veil. Although I can't see her face, she has an extremely beautiful figure. At first glance, I can tell that she is an outstanding beauty. All the women in the town added together can't compare to her. I don't know which family's young lady came out alone. But which decent family's young lady would come out alone? I see that her skin is rather fair. She doesn't look like someone from the Central Plains. Song Qingshu frowned. If it were a few years ago, he would indeed be interested. But now, he had countless female friends around him, and all of them were extremely beautiful. His taste had long been far better than that of ordinary people. How many beautiful women had the innkeeper seen in such a remote town? Most of the time, he would be shocked when he saw someone with a bit of beauty. What's more, he hadn't even seen her face. Of course, the most important thing was that he had now felt the meaning of the word, responsibility. In addition, most of his thoughts were on his career, so he naturally wouldn't care about women. The innkeeper was a master of observation. Noticing the impatience on his face, he immediately ended the gossip and continued, "The one in room 2 is a wealthy businessman with a big belly. The one in room 3 is a hunchback. I don't know what business his family does, but he actually has the money to live in a superior room." He only briefly described the last two people, completely different from the previous description of room 1. It seemed that the general public's interest in certain things had been like this for thousands of years. Song Qingshu paid attention to the hunchback. His first thought was that camel Mufeng of the northern frontier. But then he suddenly remembered that he had died in the convention of 10,000 immortals. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that there were no other famous hunchbacks in Jianghu. I really worry too much. How can there be so many powerful people in a small town? Song Qingshu secretly laughed. In addition to room 3, there is still room 4. Young master, do you want to make do with it? The innkeeper also knew that the way he answered the questions just now was too infuriating, so he hurriedly took the initiative to remedy the situation. Song Qingshu didn't have any objection. He couldn't be like those bullies in TV dramas and ask people to give up their rooms for him to live in. But seeing the innkeeper's unscrupulous face made him angry, so he took the ingot back and threw him a much smaller piece of silver. "Waiter, take the young master to his room." Seeing that the fat meat in his mouth was gone, the innkeeper wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought that there were not many people staying in the sky room for a month, but today there were 4 of them. The key was that they were all gathered together. How good would it be if there was one every day? The waiter took Song Qingshu to the room upstairs. The hardware and environment of the room was ordinary, but it could be considered clean. After putting down his luggage, which was actually just a change of clothes, he went downstairs and ordered a few side dishes. Then he poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. With his profound skills, he quickly heard the discussions of the surrounding drinkers. "Have you heard? It seems that Mongolia is going to attack Xixia." "It can't be. Isn't Mongolia on an expedition to the west?" "Your news is too outdated. I heard that Mongolia has completed its expedition to the west. Now they are planning to attack the countries in the south, and Xixia is the first country to bear the brunt. No wonder Xixia suddenly wants to find a bride. Do you think that the princess of Xixia is really that beautiful? Princesses should be very beautiful. Think about it, the emperor's women are all great beauties. How can their daughters not be beautiful? It does make sense. But have any of you seen a princess with your own eyes? If I had that kind of luck, would I still be here talking nonsense with you?" Beside them, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, there was no shortage of political experts everywhere. Many of their logic was the same as those people on the internet in the future. However, many people in the future had seen the photos of the Qing dynasty princesses and already understood the fact that not all princesses were beautiful. After listening for a while and hearing nothing new, Song Qingshu deliberately sat downstairs for a while. In the end, nothing happened. He couldn't help but laugh. After all, this was not a martial arts RPG. How could something happen every time he came to the inn? Chapter 1888. The footsteps of the people on the rooftop were very light, and every step was very careful. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's profound martial arts, he wouldn't have been able to hear the movements on the rooftop. Why are there so many experts in the wilderness? Song Qingshu was startled. From the sound of the footsteps, he could tell that the people on the rooftop were either Qinggong experts or top-notch assassins. No matter which one it was, they didn't come with good intentions. Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed, and someone is planning to surround and kill me? A thought suddenly appeared in Song Qingshu's mind, but he quickly rejected it. After all, with his current martial arts, how could a few assassins deal with him? At this time, the people on the rooftop deliberately lowered their voices and said, "Why did we come to the east? Logically speaking, she should have gone west." Another person replied, "Everyone knows that she wants to go west, so everyone has already set up an inescapable net to get there. She has always been very smart, so how could she not see through this? So I guessed that she would most likely go east. After these few days of tracking, we have indeed found some traces of her. This time, all the elites of the headquarters have come out. If we successfully catch her, the elders will definitely look at us in a different light. Boss, you will also have a meteoric rise," the person from before said with some flattery. "Let's catch her first. Has the encirclement been set up? This time we must catch her by surprise. Otherwise, the next time they are prepared, it will be even more difficult to catch her." The leader snorted, but his tone couldn't hide his pride. Song Qingshu gradually understood. It turned out that some sect was trying to catch a person. There were countless sects in the world, and this kind of thing happened every day in countless places. It was really very common. Just by listening, his pronunciation was the same as hers. Song Qingshu couldn't tell whether the person he was talking about was a man or a woman. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, Song Qingshu didn't care. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, his heart suddenly moved. A black shadow suddenly jumped in from the window, and then in a flash, it appeared next to him. "Don't make a sound." A soft and tender voice sounded in his ear. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. The movement technique that the other party had just displayed was enough to make her a grandmaster in the pugilistic world. He did not expect that she was just a little girl. It seemed that those people outside were chasing after her. But it was very strange. With the martial arts she had just displayed, she shouldn't be afraid of those people outside. At least she should be able to protect herself. "Miss, please keep the knife warm. Don't accidentally stab it in." Feeling the hard object against his waist, Song Qingshu lightly said, "As long as you cooperate, I won't harm your life." The female voice sounded again, and one could hear the apology in her voice. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so kind, so he changed his mind and asked, "Why did those people want to capture you, and why did you run?" "It's none of your business. The less you know, the safer you will be," the girl replied. That's true. Song Qingshu was busy enough with his own affairs, so he was not interested in other people's affairs. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance in the air. This fragrance was very special. It should be known that Song Qingshu had many female friends around him. He knew a little about the fragrance of rouge and face powder in all the shops in the world, but he had never smelled this fragrance. He turned his head curiously, wanting to look at the girl, but the knife on his waist tightened. "Don't look back." At this time, a voice came from outside. "Hey, why is there no one in the room? No one can prove that we found the right person. It's so late. If it's an ordinary person, why wouldn't they be in the room?" A flash of understanding flashed in Song Qingshu's heart. It turned out that this girl was the guest who stayed in the sky room one mentioned by the innkeeper. Did she get the news and run away? Let's go after her. She shouldn't have run far. Wait. I think it's not that she couldn't run far, but that she didn't run at all. Maybe she's in the next room. Hearing this, the girl pointed the knife in her hand at Song Qinshu. Go to the bed? Song Qinshu was stunned. That's not very good. We just met. Stop talking nonsense. The girl obviously did not expect him to be in the mood to joke in such a situation. At this moment, she had too many things to worry about, so her mood was heavier. During the day, Song Qinshu was still lamenting that the journey was boring. Now that such a thing happened, he couldn't help but have some playful thoughts. He planned to see what these people were up to and treat it as entertainment for the night. So he cooperated and went to the bed. The girl asked him to crawl under the quilt again. This made Song Qinshu not know whether to laugh or cry. It's dark. Did you go to the wrong bed? Quickly lie down and don't talk. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite with the knife in my hand. The girl was a little annoyed. It was the first time she saw such a careless hostage. It was also the first time that Song Qinshu saw someone invite him to sleep on the first time they met. He was a little curious about what she would do next, so he lay down under the quilt. Of course, the main reason why he was so cooperative was because the girl was beautiful enough. When she broke in from the window, although her face was covered with a veil, he could see that her eyebrows were picturesque. No wonder the boss kept saying that she was a beauty. Of course, even without looking at her face, her exquisite and graceful figure was enough to make a man's heart warm. The two of them were in the same quilt. The delicate fragrance on the girl's body was even more obvious. Song Qinshu couldn't help but ask, "What kind of powder do you use? The fragrance on your body is really special. No one will think you are mute if you don't speak." The girl was a little annoyed. Suddenly, she realized that the other party was unusual. She grabbed his pulse and carefully checked it. "I thought you were a martial arts master. It turns out that you are just a thick-minded fool." The girl couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the sound of rummaging came from the room next door. Several people were talking in private. "Hey, still no one. Didn't the innkeeper say that there is a pot-bellied rich merchant staying here? Could it be that the rich merchant got some news and ran away? What's the situation next door? The hunchback next door isn't here either. That's really strange." "What's so strange about it? When people from our organization go out on a mission, for the sake of caution, they would rent the two rooms next door together to prevent any unexpected situations. In my opinion, the rich merchant and the hunchback from before were most likely her in disguise." This time, Song Qinshu's interest was piqued. He didn't expect that this little lass was a talent in disguise. One must know that in this world, there were only a few people that had this ability. Ruan Xingzhu, a Zhu, Murong Jingwei, and Tadish could barely be considered half. He didn't know if this little lass could completely disguise herself as someone, or if she could only disguise herself. "Let's go take a look at the fourth room." Just as he said that, a few black-clothed men broke in. Chapter 1889. Feeling the knife on his back tighten, Song Qinshu secretly sighed. If he hadn't covered his whole body with genuine qi, he wouldn't have dared to play with her like this. "Hey, do you see a little girl?" After they came in, they looked around and didn't find anything. Then they stared at the young man on the bed fiercely. Song Qinshu was a little confused. These people had strange accents, slightly curly hair, tall eyes, and wide noses, but they didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes like the Westerners of later generations. Of course, they were also very different from the people of the Central Plains. Where did these people come from? Are you scared? I'm asking you a question. Seeing that he didn't answer, one of them said angrily. "Yes, behind me." Song Qinshu answered, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. The girl didn't expect that he would dare to betray her. She couldn't help but move the knife forward, but she didn't stab it at the last moment. "There's another person on the bed." Someone with sharp eyes immediately found that there was a bulge under the quilt. Obviously, there was more than one person. "Lift the quilt. another person ordered. Several people gathered over, but they could only see the woman's beautiful hair. They couldn't see clearly whether she was the person they were looking for or not. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that's not good. The most popular girl I found from Yi Hong House is naked under the quilt. Hearing that he gave her the title of a prostitute, the girl was annoyed, but she couldn't do anything at this moment. She could only grit her teeth and bear it. Prostitute. The leader obviously didn't believe it. If it's a prostitute, why are you afraid of being seen? No, Song Qingshu answered. Prostitutes in the brothel are also divided into those who sell their bodies and those who sell their skills. This girl is the kind of courtesan who sells her skills but not her body. He was also bored with the journey, so he teased these people to relieve his boredom. If she doesn't sell her body, why is she in your bed? The leader sneered. You don't understand. Selling her skills but not her body is just an excuse. If they see a handsome, elegant, and talented man like me, they will still be attracted, Song Qingshu answered seriously. You! The group roared with laughter. I think it's just ordinary. There's nothing special about it. It's not as manly as Big Brother's thick beard. He's just a pretty boy with a silver spear. Song Qingshu snorted. You guys can comfort yourselves. You guys are busy in the middle of the night, but I'm in your arms. Doesn't that show the difference in our charms? The leader flashed the gleaming steel saber in his hand. Brat, aren't you afraid of the saber in our hands? Song Qingshu said sternly. Why should I be afraid? I'm just stating the truth. The most important thing in the world is reason. Turns out he's a hothead. The few of them smiled knowingly. The leader said, Lift the blanket and let us have a look. We'll leave after we've checked. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Would you let your woman be naked in front of other men? Although she's a woman from a brothel, as the saying goes, one night as husband and wife means 100 nights of love. After all, it was very intimate just now. If I let you guys see, how will she look at me later? You're making excuses. I think there's something fishy going on here. Another person was angry and reached out to lift the blanket. At this moment, a charming voice came from under the blanket. Young master, who are they? I'm so scared. The eyes of the group of men immediately widened. This voice was so enchanting that it could make people's hearts run wild. Some women didn't need to wear revealing clothes, and they didn't even need to show their faces. Just a voice could make men immediately think of bed. Not to mention them, even Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He had heard this girl's voice just now. Although her previous words were a little fierce, it couldn't hide the gentleness and clarity of her voice. It was a world of difference from now. This woman is really a horse flea. One of the men in black couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Her voice doesn't sound like it, but... The man in black muttered to himself. His voice could be said to be inaudible, but with Song Qingshu's skills, he naturally heard it clearly. He rolled his eyes and reached out to hug the girl. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He transferred some of his joyful genuine qi to her. The girl was shocked and angry when he suddenly hugged her. She was hesitating whether she should act up. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her body. Being hugged by him seemed to be very comfortable, and she suddenly felt reluctant to push him away. Now that Song Qingshu was so experienced, he didn't need to move his hands too much. He pressed on a few acupoints, and the girl immediately moaned. If it was under other circumstances, Song Qingshu wouldn't casually take advantage of a girl. But this girl had barged into someone's room in the middle of the night, held a knife to him, and attracted a group of assassins. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't need to worry about his safety, ordinary people would have been killed by her. This was a punishment for her. Of course, he couldn't deny that the feeling was really good. No, don't. The girl was a little flustered and instinctively cried out. But as soon as she spoke, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Her tone was too embarrassing. This woman is really a horse flea. Someone's eyes were red, and he reached out to lift the blanket to see what kind of beauty was under it. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't think that he would make a fool of himself. Fortunately, the leader maintained enough rationality and slapped the other person's hand away. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. If this goes to the authorities, it will bring trouble to our future operations. But what if she is the person we're looking for? The man retorted subconsciously, but his tone became weaker and weaker. Everyone knew his real purpose. The person we're looking for is the purest virgin in the world. How could she be like this girl from a brothel? As he said this, he couldn't help but blush. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. At this time, there was a commotion outside. It was obvious that the inn staff had been alerted. The leader waved his hand. It'll be troublesome if we get entangled with these people. That person shouldn't be able to escape far. Let's hurry and chase after them. Soon, a few men in black jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night sky. Song Qingshu sensed that they had really left. Only then did he lift the blanket. Miss, the people chasing after you have left. However, the only response he got was a flash of cold light. A sharp dagger was placed on his neck. The girl looked at him hatefully. But at this time, her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Although her face was covered by a veil, it couldn't hide her pink skin. No matter how fierce her aura was, in the eyes of others, all that was left was a delicate and charming look. There was no longer any deterrence. Chapter 1890. Miss, aren't you being a little ungrateful? Song Qingshu looked at the dagger on his neck. It was shining with a cold light. He could tell that it was a precious knife that could cut through iron like mud. If it was used to cut a person's neck, it would definitely be cut in half silently. Ungrateful? The girl was so angry that she laughed. For a moment, she was speechless. Isn't that so? Song Qingshu said seriously. Those people were obviously chasing you. I was threatened by you, but not only did I not blame you, but I also tried to cover for you. In the end, I successfully tricked them into leaving. Shouldn't you thank me? I thank you? The girl was a little angry. Those people were no match for me at all. Do I need you to save me? That's strange. Song Qingshu was puzzled. Since they were no match for you, why did you hide? Why did you hide in a strange man's bed? The girl wanted to say that it was easy to kill these pursuers, but killing them would completely expose her whereabouts and attract more powerful enemies. Therefore, it was better to hide first. These people were not sure if she was really in this direction. Secondly, they were eager to take credit, so they would not inform their companions. But on second thought, it was not convenient to tell these secrets to an outsider. Seeing that she was speechless, Song Qingshu said, "You have nothing to say?" As he spoke, he used a strand of hair to lightly touch the dagger, and it immediately broke into two. He couldn't help but add, "This dagger of yours is really sharp. Can you move it away a little first? Otherwise, I'm afraid that if your hand accidentally shakes, I'll be in trouble." Seeing his worried face, the girl finally felt a little better. "You still know how to be afraid? I thought you were born bold." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I am indeed quite courageous." The girl put away the dagger and took the opportunity to get out of the bed. "Forget it. Although I don't want to admit it, you saved me just now. I can't do something like biting the hand that feeds me." This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. "You're forgiving me just like that?" The girl tidied up her messy dress and glared at him. "What, do you want me to stab you?" Song Qingshu shook his head and a smile appeared on his face. "Although your mouth is a bit fierce, you have a rare, kind heart." The girl seemed to be touched by his words and could not help but sigh faintly. What's the use of being kind in this world? In the end, those butchers will be the victors. Song Qingshu said with a straight face, "Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Therefore, whether one is good or evil, it has nothing to do with the final victory. All we can do is have a clear conscience. The girl looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Song Qinshu smiled. It's just from the Tao Te Ching. I don't dare to take credit for it. The girl shook her head. There aren't many people who can truly understand this sentence. You're not an ordinary person. Song Qinshu said proudly. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm handsome, elegant, and elegant. I'm well versed in both the pen and the sword. I can even make a courtesan take the initiative to throw herself into my arms. Stop, stop, stop. The girl was speechless. Thinking of what he had said in front of those killers, her face suddenly became a bit ugly. What did you do to me just now? Song Qinshu shrugged. I didn't do anything. I just touched it a few times. It was so dark that I didn't know where I touched. If I touched something that I shouldn't have, I hope you won't take it to heart since I was trying to save you. The girl almost fainted from anger. What did he mean by touching something that he shouldn't have touched? Was there anything on her body that he shouldn't have touched? Soon, she realized what she wanted to ask, but as she spoke, she became hesitant. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, why did I have that kind of reaction? Song Qinshu waved his hand. This is called Kato Takashi hand. Otherwise, why do you think I can make a courtesan take the initiative to throw herself at me? Pervert. Hearing this answer, the girl quickly jumped off the bed, wanting to draw a line between them. However, just as she landed on the ground, her legs went soft. If it wasn't for her current high level of martial arts, she would have fallen to the ground. Song Qinshu thought to himself that he had already shown enough mercy. He only infused a portion of joyful genuine qi, and quickly withdrew it. Otherwise, how could a young girl like her still be able to move? The girl didn't understand. She felt that her body's reaction was quite inexplicable and embarrassing. She didn't want to stay here any longer, so she planned to leave. When she reached the window, she suddenly stopped. What's your name? Song Qinshu didn't answer. Instead, he asked, What's your name, miss? The girl frowned slightly. It's best that you don't know my name. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Song Qinshu replied with a solemn expression. It's also best that you don't know my name. There are too many women who have fallen in love with me. I don't want any more girls to fall for me. You really are an arrogant idiot. The girl snorted. She didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. She directly leaped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Song Qinshu sighed. Why is it that no one in this world believes in the truth? If it were a few years ago, he would have no reason to be uninterested in a girl with such an appearance. Although her face was covered by a veil, the color revealed between her brows was beautiful enough. Her figure and character were both excellent. But now, he could still flirt with her. If there were to be any development, he wouldn't have the leisure to do so. After this night's small disturbance, Song Qinshu's journey was quite smooth. He didn't encounter any more accidents. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Jin Kingdom. After all, the Jin Kingdom was the closest to Western Xia. Naturally, he chose this place first. Without any hesitation, he subconsciously went to the marshal's residence to look for Gubai. In terms of appearance, one was the former #1 beauty in the martial arts world, while the other was the #1 beauty in the Jin Kingdom. It was difficult to tell which one was better. Of course, the exotic Tajkis was sexier and more gorgeous to a certain extent. But although men sometimes liked women with a more enchanting and sexy style, they preferred gentle and beautiful women like Gubai more often. Because she gave people a feeling of home, a feeling that was difficult to replace. Because he wanted to know how she lived alone, Song Qinshu didn't ask anyone to report to him. Instead, he went directly to the study. Based on his understanding of Tang Kuo's residence, Gubai was now disguised as Tang Kuo. So, when she was at home, she would most likely be in the study. As soon as he approached the study, he heard Wan Yenping's somewhat anxious voice. Sister, you're in a physical condition. You shouldn't overwork yourself. It's nothing. I can still hold on, Goodbye's gentle voice sounded. Soon, she sighed faintly, but I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I guess you'll have to replace me and pretend to be your brother-in-law in the future. Chapter 1891. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he bear to continue listening? He hurriedly opened the door and asked, Goodbye, what's wrong? Goodbye was sitting on a chair in the room. Wan Yen-ping was holding a bowl of soup and trying to persuade her to drink it. When they heard someone barge in, they were shocked. When they saw the appearance of the person, they couldn't believe it and were stunned. Goodbye, what's wrong with you? Song Qingshu strode over, grabbed her hand, and began to feel her pulse. Unfortunately, he was only strong in martial arts, so he could determine internal injuries based on the pulse, but he could not determine an illness based on the pulse. Goodbye's face turned red when he grabbed her hand. She looked at him reproachfully and hurriedly said to her sister, Hurry up and close the door. Don't let anyone see us. Wan Yen-ping didn't act immediately. Instead, she smiled and said, Sister, after such a long time, the people who serve us are all our confidants. Even if you really have a gigolo, no one will say a word. Moreover, it's brother-in-law who's back. Why do you have to be so guilty? Goodbye glared at her and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Who's your brother-in-law? Of course it's him. Wan Yen-ping smiled and held Song Qingshu's arm, pushing him in front of her sister. Goodbye's face turned red and she turned her face away. She didn't deny it. Previously, she had asked Song Qingshu to pretend to be Tanqua every time so that she could get over it. However, both of them knew that it was just an excuse to comfort each other. Since their relationship had reached this point, there was no need to lie to herself every time. Song Qingshu didn't have time to enjoy the feeling of a young girl on his arm. He asked again, I just heard Ping-er say that you're sick. What's going on? He was also a little confused. He thought that Goodbye had some incurable disease, but seeing the two girls talking and laughing, it didn't seem like it. You're the one who's sick, idiot. Goodbye spat and turned to the side with a red face. No matter how he asked, she didn't want to say anything. Brother-in-law, why didn't I think you were so stupid before? Wan Yen-ping couldn't help but laugh. Song Qingshu's mind was filled with question marks. Looking at his dumb expression, Wan Yen-ping giggled. Silly brother-in-law, don't you notice that Jiejie has changed? Change. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu looked Goodbye up and down. Her hair was still black and her features were picturesque. His gaze moved downwards. Her breasts seemed a little bigger, and her waist seemed a little thicker. However, the man's strong desire to survive did not make him tell the truth. He used a euphemistic way of saying, a little bit. It seems like you've become more plump. What plump? That's because my belly is big. Wan Yen-ping said hatefully. It's not a bad thing to eat a little more. You'll lose weight soon. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly lit up when he said this. He looked at Goodbye in surprise. You're pregnant. Goodbye's cheeks were red, but she didn't reply. She only snorted and called him a fool. Wan Yen-ping was more direct. Brother-in-law, you're going to be a father. Be a father. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. This world finally gave him a sense of belonging. Do you like a son or a daughter? Goodbye finally opened her mouth and looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu smiled. Of course I like a daughter. A daughter is the cutest. Goodbye's heart warmed. She thought that he was doing this so that she wouldn't feel pressured. After all, this society needed boys to carry on the family line. Everyone would definitely prefer boys. However, she didn't know how much the men in the future would love their daughters. Suddenly thinking of something, she bit her lip and said, There's one thing I have to say again. She touched her bulging belly. This child, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, will be surnamed Tanqua. This was also the biggest reason she convinced herself to maintain this relationship with Song Qinshu. It was also an explanation to her beloved husband. Song Qinshu felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. It was clearly his own child, but he couldn't acknowledge it. This feeling was really complicated. However, he had personally promised her this condition. He couldn't break the promise. Moreover, this matter represented Gu Bai's loyalty and persistence. If he broke his promise, her faith would collapse, and she most likely wouldn't be able to live. Of course I know, but I will still love him like my own child. Song Qinshu moved closer to her belly and quietly listened to the movement inside. Hey, I think he kicked me. It's not that exaggerated. Gu Bai blushed. It's only been a few months. How can he kick someone already? Seeing the tender love and faint loneliness on her lover's face, she suddenly felt sorry for him. Actually, you don't need to be sad. You can still let Ping give you a child. Wanyan Ping jumped up like a startled rabbit. I'm not as good as my sister. I've been with brother-in-law for so long, and only my sister is pregnant. Seeing her sister's slightly pouting lips, Gu Bai couldn't help but smile. You're still young. There will be many opportunities in the future. Wanyan Ping pouted. You're only a few years older than me. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and smiled as she held her arm. Actually, you only need to have a son to continue the Tangqua family line. You can also give Brother Song a few more. Doesn't he like girls? Let's have 8 or 10 daughters. Yes, and 1 or 2 sons. Gu Bai snorted. 8 or 10. Do you think I'm a pig? Hearing this, Song Qinshu was delighted. He pulled her into his arms. That's a good idea. The first son will be adopted by the Tangqua family. The rest will belong to me. How can I do that? How can I have so many? Gu Bai was so embarrassed that her earlobes turned red. However, she was a little moved. As long as I work hard, they will eventually bear fruit. Song Qinshu chuckled. Gu Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Wanyan Ping also couldn't help but complain. The previous brother-in-law wasn't as bad as you. Gu Bai was instantly displeased. What previous brother-in-law, current brother-in-law? It sounds so bad. Wanyan Ping stuck out her tongue. Knowing that he had touched on her sore spot, Song Qinshu took the opportunity to change the topic. Just now, were you worried that if your belly gets bigger, you won't be able to show up as Tangqua? Yes. A hint of worry flashed in Gu Bai's eyes. I'm planning to let Ping take over. But I'm also in charge of the laundry yard. Wanyan Ping couldn't help but say. It's okay to do it once or twice, but it's not practical for me to do it in the long run. Song Qinshu said, You're worrying too much. When the time comes, you can just say that Tangqua is unwell and needs to rest for a while. Occasionally, you can see some of the higher-ups through the curtains. Anyway, the Jin Kingdom is almost under our control now. The other political enemies have also been wiped out. We still have the loyal army in our hand. No one will object. Gu Bai let out a sigh of relief. You're right. It seems that we can't see clearly. Song Qinshu smiled. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let me accompany you today. It's still early. Gu Bai felt that she blushed more today than she had in the past few months combined. Chapter 1892. After listening to Wanyan Ping's report, Song Qinshu immediately rushed towards the palace. Back then, Tashkis cooperated with him mainly because she wanted to use the Jin Kingdom to restrain the Mongols and give the Persian Ming dynasty some breathing room. In the end, before the Jin Kingdom could send troops to attack the Mongols had already broken through the vulture's nest and destroyed the Persian Ming dynasty. With the foundation of their alliance gone, how could their relationship be reliable? Although Song Qinshu was very conceited in certain aspects, he was not so conceited as to believe that he could win the unswerving loyalty of a woman who had once captivated all living things. Even though he had placed a restrictive spell on her body, relying on poisons to control others was still beneath him. If he could not obtain her help willingly, he would not be able to accomplish many things. In fact, he might even cause a chain reaction, leading to the complete collapse of the Gene Kingdom's scheme. After all, the Gene Kingdom was his territory. He could not sneak into the palace every time he returned to the Tangkor residence. Therefore, Song Qinshu had already arranged a suitable identity for him to enter and exit the palace at will. After entering the imperial palace, Song Qinshu inquired about Tajtish's whereabouts and headed straight for her. Just as he was about to reach her, he heard the sound of a cup shattering, followed by the trembling voice of a young eunuch begging for mercy. After the young eunuch had tidied up and left, Song Qinshu had just entered the room when he heard Tajkis snorting. "Didn't I ask you to get lost? Why are you back in?" Song Qinshu could not help but laugh. "Are you Tiankue? Why are you so irritable today?" Tajkis was originally standing behind the desk in a daze. Hearing his voice, she turned around in surprise. "So it's you? When did you return? What, don't you welcome me back?" Song Qinshu walked over. The golden knife big horse sat on the stool, and held her in his arms. Tajkis's body trembled. She no longer displayed her earlier dominance. A trace of bitterness flashed across her eyes. "Would I dare not welcome you?" Feeling the mature and alluring body of the beauty in his arms that was like a honey peach, even with Song Qinshu's current composure, he almost couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he remembered the matter at hand, so he hurriedly collected his thoughts and asked, "Are you unhappy about something?" Tadish forced a smile and replied, "Not at all. It's just that I've been feeling unwell for the past 2 days. Perhaps my temper has gotten a little worse." Song Qinshu sighed. "Why don't you tell me the truth? Now that the Ming dynasty of Persia has been destroyed, how can you be in a good mood?" Tadish sighed and said, "So you already know." Song Qinshu also had a headache at this time. The basis of their cooperation was to fight against the Mongolians with the Persian Ming dynasty. Now that the Persian Ming dynasty had been destroyed, although he did not resist when he hugged her just now, he felt a little strange. Tajkis continued, "Actually, it doesn't matter if the headquarters is destroyed. I'm worried about little Zhao. I don't know how she's doing. It's a pity that the spies I sent out couldn't find any news at all. This is infuriating." Song Qinshu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she was so angry at the young eunuch earlier. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. When the vulture's nest was breached, the Mongolians did not manage to find the whereabouts of the cult leader. It is said that before the city was breached, little Zhao made a prompt decision to leave. Since she is so vigilant, I believe she will be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Tajtish shook her head and said, "That last Xiao Zhao may be quick-witted, but the number of experts under the Mongolians are as numerous as the clouds. The manpower and material resources they can mobilize are terrifying. In addition, I heard that the group of assassins under the Old Man of the Mountain are also participating in the pursuit of her. This is simply an inescapable net. How can she escape? On the surface, she was the emperor of the Gene Kingdom. Naturally, she could utilize a country's intelligence agency to investigate everything for her. When he heard her mention the group of killers under the command of the Old Man in the Mountain, Song Qinshu suddenly thought of the black-clothed men he had met that night who had an aura similar to that of a killer, as well as the young girl with bright eyes. His heart skipped a beat. It's very likely that Xiao Zhao is fine. What is it? Sensing that he was not purely comforting her, Tajkis curiously asked. Song Qinshu told her about his encounter along the way. Of course, he left out certain details. He then added, "I didn't think too much about it at the time. But now that I've heard from you, those assassins do have the style of the Western regions. That young lady's age and martial arts skills are quite compatible with little Zhao's. Speaking of which, during the siege of Bright Summit by the 6 major sects, Song Qingshu and little Zhao had met. However, back then, Song Qingshu only had Zhou Zhiruo in his eyes. Naturally, he would not pay too much attention to a handmaiden. Similarly, little Zhao only had Zhang Wuji in her eyes. A loser like Song Qingshu would naturally not pay too much attention to her. There was another important reason. Now that a few years had passed, a person's experience and status could change their appearance to a certain extent. Little Zhao had become the cult leader of the Persian Ming dynasty. All these years, she had been leading her followers to fight against the Mongols. She was no longer the little handmaiden who was like a green leaf. Song Qingshu's transformation was even greater. Back then, he was a loser and a good-for-nothing. Step by step, he became one of the top experts in the world. Moreover, he was also one of the most powerful men in the world. His demeanor of a grandmaster and the calmness of a leader made him seem like a completely different person. Naturally, it was difficult for little Zhao to associate the two of them who were so different in appearance. Judging from your description, it might really be her. Tadish couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, she soon became doubtful. However, why didn't she go to the bright summit in the west to look for Zhang Wuji? Instead, she appeared in the east where the western Xia and the Jin kingdom intersect? Song Qingshu answered, "This is easy to explain. Now that the Mongols have joined forces with the old man in the mountain, knowing that she would most likely go to the bright summit to look for Zhang Wuji, they must have laid out an inescapable net in that direction. Little Zhao is extraordinarily intelligent and has been a cult leader for so many years. Naturally, she would be able to see through this logic. Thus, she evaded the ambush and appeared further east." That seems to be the case. Tadish felt that it was reasonable. However, she quickly shot him a reproachful glance. "Why didn't you ask for her name back then? That doesn't seem to be your style." Song Qingshu's face darkened. "What style do I have?" Tadish lowered her head and glanced at the pair of big hands that had penetrated deep into her clothes. Her eyes were like ripples as she replied, "How could you not be clear about your style?" Song Qingshu smiled in embarrassment. "It is precisely because I have incurred too many emotional debts that I have turned over a new leaf. Even when I encounter the otherworldly little Zhao, my heart is still as tranquil as still water. Fortunately, you didn't harbor any ill intentions towards her. If we were to unknowingly..." Tadish, who had always been magnanimous, couldn't help but blush, as if she had thought of something extremely embarrassing. "How could I face Qianye?" "Don't worry. According to seniority, I can be considered as her uncle." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. There were some matters that one couldn't resolve no matter how strong one's strength was. With the relationship between him and Tadish, he was destined to have no fate with little Zhao in the future. Chapter 1893. Godfather? Hearing this word, Song Qingshu's expression turned strange. This word had too many meanings in the future, causing one's imagination to run wild. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Tajtish looked at him with a strange expression. Song Qingshu laughed. "Although I feel like I'm being called old, how can I be unwilling?" Thinking of the girl calling him godfather, he felt that it must be a great feeling. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to arrange for someone to investigate Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. I was looking in the wrong place, no wonder I couldn't find her," Tajtish said and left anxiously, leaving Song Qingshu alone in the wind. "You're right." Song Qingshu laughed bitterly, but he couldn't stop her from saving his daughter, so he returned to Tangqua's residence. Back at Tangqua's residence, he issued an order to summon the officers of the loyal army he had groomed. The chief, Monk Wanyenchen, his deputies, Wanyen Gang, Pusan Feian, Husher Lai Ziran, as well as lieutenants Tangqua Hongda, Tangqua Shingrong, Tangqua Minghui, Pu Chazhen and others. These people had shown in the battle against the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition and earned enough military merit. Promotion was a matter of course, and with the great Buddha Song Qinshu as their backer, they quickly became the backbone of the army. They were originally active in defending the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition, but following the peace talks between the two countries, the situation at the border stabilized and most of them returned to the capital to report on their duties. Song Qinshu received them to familiarize himself with them and also to let them know about the upcoming battle against the Mongols. By the time he finished meeting the generals, the sky had already darkened. Returning to the inner residence, Gubai and Wanyan Ping had already prepared a table of dishes for him. Finally, I can steal half a day of leisure. I don't have to deal with official duties and meet with those ministers. I feel so relaxed. Gubai stretched her back, revealing her alluring curves. Song Qinshu said apologetically, "It must have been hard on you these days. There's no need to say such things between us. Finish the soup first." Gubai smiled warmly and poured a bowl of soup for him. Wanyan Ping said from the side, "It's rare for sister to have half a day's free time, but she personally went to the kitchen and made a table of dishes for you." Song Qinshu was shocked. "You can just leave these things to the servants. Why do you have to do it yourself? Besides, it's not convenient for you to do it yourself." Gubai rubbed her lower abdomen. "How can it be so fragile? I heard from the nannies that at this stage, we should move around appropriately. Moreover, it's only once in a while. How can it be tiring?" Song Qinshu's heart warmed. Gubai's demure and elegant tone made people feel the warmth of home. "Ping-er, you should help your sister." Wanyan Ping snorted. "Who said I didn't help? I've been helping my sister. I made the fish." Song Qinshu's gaze fell on the blackened fish, thinking that this fish had really died a tragic death. Noticing the seeming smile on his face, Wanyan Ping's face reddened. Her voice weakened. "I'm not as capable as my sister. It's good enough that I cooked well. Don't be so picky." Song Qinshu picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and tasted it with relish. I think it's not bad." Wanyan Ping paused. She wondered if she really was talented. Even though it wasn't as good, the taste shouldn't be bad. She picked up a piece of fish with anticipation and put it in her mouth. In the end, she immediately spat it out. Pa, it's so disgusting and brother-in-law says it's good. Why do you have to lie to me?" Song Qinshu calmly picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. "Because when I eat, I don't eat the taste, but the thought contained in it." Wanyan Ping had been glaring at him fiercely, but when she heard his words, she immediately became bashful. Gubai, who was at the side, looked tenderly at the two of them. "Your mouth, no wonder you could trick so many ignorant girls." "I'm just telling the truth." Song Qinshu drank a mouthful of soup. "But it's also full of thought. The taste of your soup is even deeper." Wanyan Ping finally realized that she had been tricked. She couldn't help but pout coquettishly. Smelly brother-in-law, the meal was finished in a joyous atmosphere. The three of them admired the moon in the pavilion in the back garden as they chatted about some of the things that had happened during this time. When they heard about Song Qinshu's experience in the western Xia country, the two women exclaimed repeatedly and couldn't help but sigh with emotion, "Your life is really wonderful. Compared with your life, our days here are really as dull as water." Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "This is like walking on a tightrope. I also want to live an ordinary life." Wanyan Ping pouted. "If you were an ordinary person who lived an ordinary life, your female friends would be quarreling." Seeing Song Qinshu's awkward expression, Gubai considerately helped him out. "Since the founding of the Great Jin dynasty, we have always been on good terms with the Western Xia dynasty. Even if we ignore this relationship, we can't let the Mongols occupy the Western Xia dynasty. Otherwise, the Great Jin dynasty's borders will be surrounded by the Mongols. It will be even more dangerous. So if the Mongols send troops, the Great Jin dynasty must send troops as well. But now, the Mongols have conquered countless countries in the west and are at the peak of their power. The Jin dynasty was previously in turmoil and had a war with the southern Song dynasty. Even if we join forces with the western Xia dynasty, we may not be able to stop them. Song Qingshu nodded. So I have to contact other countries. After all, the Mongols are powerful now. No country can resist them alone. Gubai looked worried. But Song Liao and the Jin dynasty are enemies. They will definitely not send troops to help us. The only country that can help us is the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty and the Jin dynasty have always been brothers. But these years, they have been busy quelling the rebellion of the three border defenses. Coupled with your Golden Snake Battalion, the Qing dynasty is not as powerful as it used to be. Song Qingshu answered, Song Liao will not help us. But as long as they don't send troops to help the Mongols, they will be of great help to us. So I have to go to other countries. Although Liao was under his control, the country did not act according to the will of the monarch alone. It represented the common interests of a large group of people. Even if he became the emperor of Liao, he could not let Liao's army help the Jin dynasty. If he did that, the only result would be that the emperor would be overthrown by the whole country and a new representative would be chosen. Hearing the farewell in his tone, Gubai sighed faintly. Are you leaving again? Song Qingshu nodded heavily. The Mongols may attack the south at any time. So I have to get everything ready before the Western Xia dynasty's marriage selection. The day after tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. So soon. Wanyan Ping looked disappointed. Gubai said softly, Ping don't leave tonight. Stay with your brother-in-law. Wanyan Ping, who had always been bold, blushed. She hurriedly said, Sister, I didn't mean that. Gubai smiled gently. I know you didn't mean that. It's just that I'm not feeling well now. I need you. Chapter 1894. Gubai was finally annoyed and quickly pinched her sister's mouth. Little girl, why do you tell him everything? Wanyan Ping dodged as she giggled. Brother-in-law isn't an outsider. What's wrong with telling him? Song Qingshu also laughed and pulled Gubai into his embrace. Right, we're all on the same side. There's nothing to hide. Gubai felt extremely awkward and quickly changed the topic. You're leaving right after returning. Do you want to go see Qiu Chao? Song Qingshu's smile froze. The name, Cattail Qiu Chao, made him feel very complicated. It had to be said that she was a beautiful girl, but he only felt guilt and pity for her. He didn't feel any love for her. It was only because of Wanyan Elihu and Cheng Jie's scheme that they ended up having a relationship. Forget it. There's too little time. I won't be seeing her. Song Qingshu said. Gubai and Wanyan Ping roughly knew what he was thinking and didn't say anything else. You don't need to feel too guilty. The Pu Cha family committed such a grave mistake. If not for you, everyone would have been exiled long ago. Gubai comforted him. Also, I've already sent people to take care of Qiu Chao and her family. Song Qingshu couldn't help but kiss her. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Gubai blushed. Who's your wife? Song Qingshu laughed and reached out to caress her slightly bulging belly. You're already pregnant with my child, and you're still so stubborn. Wanyan Ping couldn't help but say, Brother-in-law, you really look like a bully who takes liberties with a good girl. Song Qingshu pulled her over as well. I'm not only taking liberties with a good girl, I'm also taking liberties with my sister-in-law. Wanyan Ping couldn't help but pull Gubai's hand and say coquettishly, Jie, don't you care about him? Unexpectedly, Gubai said, Ping stay with Jie later. Wanyan Ping was dumbfounded. She never would have thought that her usually dignified sister would say something like that. Gubai rubbed her lower abdomen. Her eyes wandered, and a mature expression appeared on her face. It's not like you don't know what he looks like at that time. I'm worried that he'll hurt the baby, so when the time comes you have to help me, this kind of thing. Even though Wan Yenping's personality was a bit of a hot pepper, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't control herself. She wanted to refuse but felt that the other's reason was reasonable. After all, the child in her belly was the eldest, so she was momentarily stunned. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. If he had a mirror, he would be able to see that he was smiling like a fool. The next day, before Song Qingshu left, he planned to enter the palace to have a chat with Toshkis. On the way from Tangqua's mansion to the palace, the image of Gubai's careful and bashful look from the previous night kept appearing in his mind. Also, Wan Yenping was a playful child and did not want to have a child in the short term, so every time at the last moment, she would drag her sister to be the scapegoat. "I'm really having too much fun and forgetting home." He had experienced many things in this lifetime, but he had never been with a pregnant woman. Song Qingshu's mind was in turmoil. It was only when he met Toshkis and knew that it was time to talk business that he forcefully banished these thoughts from his mind. The two of them chatted for a long time, discussing some future matters. Toshkis could clearly see through his apprehension and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you worried that after the Persian Ming dynasty is destroyed, the foundation of our cooperation will no longer exist and I might betray you?" Song Qingshu was unperturbed. "That's right, I do have this concern." "You worry too much." Toshkis hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to explain. "Firstly, my life is still in your hands. Secondly, now that the Persian Ming dynasty has pledged allegiance to the Mongols and is pursuing little Zhao everywhere, the old man of the mountain will definitely not let me off in the future. Therefore, the two of us still need to rely on your protection." Song Qingshu quietly stared at her. "Is there no other reason?" Under his gaze, Toshkis suddenly smiled sweetly, akin to 100 flowers blooming. "Are you trying to say it's because of you?" Song Qingshu sighed. "Sigh, I am not conceited enough to make you fall in love with me." Toshkis bit her lips and spoke after a long while. "I am indeed not in love with you, but I have fallen in love with you, the feeling of sleeping with you." Toshkis had always been cold and elegant, yet she suddenly uttered such words. Song Qingshu felt a ball of fire rising from his lower abdomen as he pulled her into his embrace. Toshkis suddenly let out a mischievous laugh. "We just came out from the Gubai sisters' place last night. Are you all right?" Song Qingshu was instantly annoyed. "Can't you feel for yourself whether I am all right or not?" Now that she was in his embrace and their bodies were in intimate contact, Toshkis was quickly able to sense his aggressiveness. For a moment, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "It is daytime now. Is there a difference between day and night for such matters? What if someone barges in? Immediately chop off that person's head. But I still have to meet with some ministers later. Let them wait a little longer." "Then how long do you want them to wait?" "Always waiting." Very quickly, the chatter in the room gradually became inaudible and was replaced by deliberately suppressed laughter. By the time Song Qingshu left Daxing Manor, the sky had already darkened. Song Qingshu felt like he was floating as he rode on his horse. He thought to himself that lust was indeed like a knife above his head. If it weren't for his divine power protecting his body, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. He thought of Toshkis. On the surface, she appeared to be an icy beauty, but in the dark, she hid a blazing volcano. Perhaps she knew that it would be a long time before they could meet again. She clung onto him for a long time. "Anyway, other people's men don't feel any heartache when using me." Thinking of Toshkis's radiant face, her eyes sparkling as she said those words, Song Qingshu felt that retribution was coming to him. He never expected to hear those words. At the same time, he secretly swore to himself that the next time he was in peak condition, he would teach her a lesson until she begged for mercy. His journey to the Jin Kingdom was extremely rushed. He did not even have the time to visit Wanyan Zhongjie and Alihu. Furthermore, Ouyang Feng was either in seclusion or concocting some peerless poison. He was always elusive, but Qiu Qianren managed to meet him in the palace. Now that he had the support of the Chuanjian sect and the Jin Kingdom's treasury, Qiu Qianren's martial arts could be said to have improved to the next level. He could definitely compete with the 5 unique. After leaving the Jin Kingdom, he headed straight for Liao. This time, the matter concerned Mongolia. There were some matters that needed to be discussed with Zhao Min. After all, she was a Mongolian princess. Previously, he did not have any direct conflict with the Mongolians, so the two of them could put these matters aside. But now, he had no choice but to face this problem. Along the way to Liao, Song Qinshu gradually recovered his energy. One day, when he passed by a forest, he heard the sounds of fighting. He saw a masked young girl fighting with a spear-wielding man. The spear-wielding man's iron spear was like a prairie fire, his aura incomparably austere. The young girl's figure was graceful, and her movements were extremely crafty. She forcefully avoided the sky full of spear shadows. Chapter 1895. Although the girl's face was covered, it could be seen that she was not very old. She had a petite and exquisite figure. Facing the murderous long spear of the opponent, she was like a butterfly dancing lightly, dodging the opponent's continuous attacks. The reason why Song Qinshu's expression was strange was because the two of them had just met not too long ago. She was the young lady who was hiding in his bed at the inn. Later on, after discussing with Tajtish, he guessed that she was most likely Xiao Zhao. Now that they met again, there was no doubt in his heart. The martial arts displayed by this girl were obviously the mental cultivation method of the Xing Huoling, which was similar to revered Ming's martial arts. It was just that she was slightly lacking compared to revered Ming's. Song Qinshu had fought with revered Ming many times and could naturally recognize her at a glance. The other tall and sturdy man was also a familiar face. He was the leader of the Red Coat Army, Yang and At the same time, he was also the elder brother of the fourth lady, Yang Miaozhen. It was said that Yang Miaozhen's foundation of spear technique was taught by his elder brother. From Yang and Er's spear technique, one could see many traces of the pear blossom spear. However, one was agile and ethereal while the other was calm and stern. Although the moves were somewhat similar, the spear intent was very different. Song Qinshu was the leader of the Golden Snake Battalion, while Yang and was the leader of the Red Coat Army. The Golden Snake Battalion and the Red Coat Army could be said to be the peerless duo of the Lulin sect. However, as Song Qinshu's influence grew, Yang and seemed to pale in comparison. Even so, the brother and sister's divine spear technique and the Red Coat Army's strength made them an existence that no one dared to underestimate. While he was thinking, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Xiao Zhao's movements were extremely strange, and the martial arts of the Xing Huoling were very different from the martial arts of the Central Plains. If she were to encounter someone else, even if their martial arts were higher than hers, they would still be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yang and who had mastered the spear technique. Many of the Xing Huoling's martial arts relied on unexpected movements to attack from the enemy's side or back. Unfortunately, the opponent's weapon was a spear. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. That exaggerated attack range made it difficult for her to get close to him. As a result, she could only passively take a beating. It was fine for a short period of time, but if the fight dragged on, she would definitely lose. What's more, Yang Aner had a team of subordinates behind her. If they joined in to help, Xiao Zhao wouldn't be able to hold on. Yang Aner laughed. I didn't expect a little girl like you to be so skilled in martial arts. You're perfect to be my wife. Song Qinshu had a strange expression on his face. He didn't think that he would encounter a scene of a woman being forcefully abducted. However, when he thought about it, even though the Red Coat Army was known as a volunteer army, they were actually a group of bandits. This kind of behavior was very common. Sure enough, The people who suffered the most in troubled times were the common people. These great heroes in the eyes of the common people had secretly abducted many common women. It was just that today they happened to meet a tough guy, so it wasn't so easy for them to succeed. Just as he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, Yang and had already noticed him. When she saw his face, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Brother Song, you've come at the right time. You can be our matchmaker. The more I look at this little girl, the more I like her." He and Song Qinshu were both bosses of the underworld, and because of Yang Miaozhen, they had met a few times before. Song Qinshu naturally understood the meaning behind his word. He was deliberately shouting like this because he was worried that Song Qinshu would snatch his woman. He really had to give it to him. Was his reputation really that bad? When the girl heard his words, she glanced at Song Qinshu from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but reveal a strange look in her eyes. She suddenly jumped out of the fighting ring and shouted, "Brother Song, this person is bullying me." Hearing this, Yang and couldn't help but put away her spear and asked in surprise, "You two know each other?" "More or less." Song Qinshu felt a headache coming on. Xiao Zhao was said to be a gentle and understanding flower, but why was it that every time he met her, nothing good happened? The girl immediately revealed a wronged expression. "Brother Song, I've already slept on the same bed as you. Aren't you being too cruel?" Song Qinshu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to refute. In a sense, the two of them really did sleep on the same bed that night. Yang and felt like he had been f***ked. The girl he had fallen in love with at first sight and spent so much effort to get her had already been slept with by another man. He suddenly felt that all his previous efforts were a joke. However, he was an ambitious person after all. He quickly adjusted his mentality and said to Song Qinshu, "It is rumored that Brother Song has countless women around you. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation." Hearing the sour tone in his voice, Song Qinshu was also extremely embarrassed. He felt that he had also provoked an undeserved disaster. However, he couldn't just sit and watch Xiao Zhao be taken away by the other side. If he denied it, it would be difficult to protect her without hurting the relationship between them. He could only go with the flow and agree, "I've let Brother Yang see a joke." The girl was also clever. Seeing this, she happily ran over to Song Qinshu's side. To outsiders, it looked like she was holding his arm and nestling in his arms. Only Song Qinshu knew that she was actually deliberately keeping some distance between them. Yang and didn't know the truth. He only felt that the scene in front of him was a bit painful. Suppressing the urge to chop this adulterous couple to death, he asked, "Where is Brother Song planning to go?" "I'm planning to go to Liao. There are some things I need to discuss with the Yeluqi family," Song Qinshu said half-truthfully. In any case, everyone knew that he had helped Xiaofeng, Yeluqi, and the others escape from Liao, so there was no need to hide it from them. As for whether or not he would go to Liao to find Yeluqi, that was a matter for another time. Yang and couldn't help showing a trace of envy. Brother Song's business is getting bigger and bigger. Unlike me, who is stuck in a quagmire. Hearing the sorrow in his voice, Song Qinshu couldn't help but be surprised. "Brother Yang, why do you say that?" Yang and hesitated for a moment, then pulled him far away to avoid the group of subordinates. "To be honest, Brother Song, we responded to Han Xian Zhou's northern expedition and attacked the Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Jin Kingdom was too strong, and we couldn't take advantage of them. Later, when Han Xian Zhou's northern expedition army completely collapsed, the Jin Kingdom had the spare power to deal with us. As a result, the Red Coat army suffered heavy losses. The southern Song dynasty's army is so disappointing." Song Qinshu didn't know what to say, so he could only try to comfort him. The Jin Kingdom's government was mainly managed by the Gus sisters and Toshkis, so he didn't know the details of how they dealt with the Red Coat army. "It's all because of me. If I knew the Southern Song Dynasty's people were so useless, I wouldn't have gotten involved. The more Yang and spoke, the angrier he became. That's not all. The thing is, Han Xianzhou is unreliable. He was tricked by Jia Sherdao. Not only did he lose his life, but he also got us into trouble. What do you mean? Song Qinshu asked curiously. Yang and sighed and said, because of Han Xianzhou, we had a good relationship with the Southern Song Dynasty. The Southern Song Dynasty sent Su Shiji as the Huaidong Imperial Commissioner and tried to appease us. They also supported us with money and food. But now that Han Xianzhou is gone, Su Shiji, as Han Xianzhou's disciple, had to step down. Lu Gu, who took over the position, had a completely different attitude toward us. He led 30,000 troops to Chuzhou, as if he wanted to get rid of us. I think we will be regarded as Han Xianzhou's people, so we will naturally be eliminated. Song Qinshu frowned. He didn't expect the situation in the south to be so chaotic. He said, the Southern Song Dynasty's officials love to do this kind of thing. The successors will completely overthrow the previous ones and eliminate the dissident. In fact, it was like this everywhere. If they followed the previous policies of their political enemies, the results would be credited to their political enemies. Therefore, their code of conduct was not whether it was beneficial to the country, but whether it was beneficial to themselves. Isn't that right? They are all dogs who bring disaster to the country. Yang and gritted his teeth and said. Song Qinshu asked, by the way, where are you going, Brother Yang? Yang and replied, Lu Gu is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. We have suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Jin Kingdom. To be safe, I plan to seek help from a sworn brother of mine. He also has a group of people under him. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, I can't help Brother Yang with my current status. Yang and waved his hand. You are the Song Dynasty's King Qi and their twin Phoenix Emperor's son-in-law. You are already doing them a great favor by not helping them fight me. Song Qinshu said seriously, we are all from the bottom of the family. Naturally, we should be on the same side. How can we do harm to each other? Although I can't help you openly, I will ask the Golden Snake Battalion to secretly provide some money and food to show my sincerity. Yang and was overjoyed. That's great. I will remember this kindness. Brother Yang, you are too kind. Song Qinshu chatted with him for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, how is the fourth lady doing? Yang and had a strange look on his face. He thought, the woman was stolen by you, and now you are thinking about my sister. Is there any justice in this world? However, he had just received benefits from Yang and so he couldn't say anything. Miaozhen is doing well. I have a general named Li Quan who is madly pursuing her, but she doesn't seem to be moved. It seems that she already has someone she likes. Brother Song, if you have time, come visit us and ask for her hand in marriage. Maybe my sister will agree. After saying this, he looked at Xiao Zhao proudly. He had only said this on purpose to drive a wedge between the two. Who told this pair of dogs to keep showing off their affection in front of him? Noticing his expression, Song Qinshu could roughly guess what was going on. He couldn't help but laugh. Who said that a boorish man couldn't have a delicate mind? Wasn't the situation in front of him an example? Okay, I'll definitely go to your place when I'm free. If I can really marry the beautiful and talented fourth lady, then I'll be smiling even in my dreams. At that time, I'll have to call you brother-in-law. Song Qinshu cupped his hands and said with a smile. Yang and was speechless. He suddenly felt a little regretful, especially when he thought of all the rumors about him in the pugilistic world. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a headache. That proud and arrogant girl of his might really be seduced by this guy. That would be a huge loss, a huge loss. After casually replying to Song Qinshu with a few words, he hurriedly said goodbye. He thought that he should not let them see each other in the future, lest his sister made the Red Coat army into her dowry. Seeing that Yang and and the others had disappeared in the distance, Song Qingshu looked down at his arm and asked, "How long do you plan to hug her?" Chapter 1896. Did you know me before? Song Qingshu asked with a smile. The young girl looked him up and down, then said with some surprise, "I've seen you a few times, but you're different now." "What's different?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. The young girl shook her head. "I can't say. Perhaps it's mainly your temperament. The impression you give people is completely different." Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. He had changed so much that even Song Yuanxiao wouldn't dare to recognize him after not seeing him for a few years. Dispelling these thoughts from his mind, he came back to his senses and asked, "Right, what's your name?" The young girl smiled. "I'm not telling you." Song Qingshu was speechless. "Isn't this too unfair? We were just pretending to be husband and wife in front of others, and now you're not even acknowledging me? What if Yang and asks me about you in the future and I don't even know your name? Wouldn't that be publicly saying that I'm lying to him? Then I'll attract a powerful enemy out of nowhere." The young girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say it. "With my current situation, there's no benefit in knowing my name. It'll only bring you trouble." Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, even if you don't say it, I know who you are." "Really?" The young girl had a suspicious look on her face. "Then who do you think I am?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You are my long-lost daughter." The young girl was stunned at first. After confirming that she hadn't heard wrong, she couldn't help but become angry. "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Qingshu was also a bit depressed. "Are you Xiao Zhao?" The young girl opened her mouth in surprise. "I didn't expect you to recognize me." "Then you're my daughter. There's no mistaking it." Song Qingshu's expression was as if he had expected it. Even through the veil, one could see that Xiao Zhao's face was flushed red. It was obvious that she was very angry at this time, but her gentle personality prevented her from speaking ill of him. "Young Master Song, please behave yourself. This kind of joke is not funny." In fact, Song Qingshu really wanted to see how Xiao Zhao, who had always been considerate and gentle, would look like when she was angry. However, in the end, he gave up on the idea of continuing to tease her. He took out a small and exquisite golden flower and said, "Look at this." When Xiao Zhao's angry eyes saw the golden flower, they instantly turned into shock. She snatched it away and looked at it carefully. "This is the token of love that my father gave to my mother. Why is it with you?" Song Qingshu was taken aback. He never expected that Han Qianye would be the one to give it to Tadish. Tadish had given it to him because she was worried that he would bump into Xiao Zhao on the road. Back then, he was complaining about how could it be so coincidental to bump into her so quickly. "Of course, it's a gift from your mother." Song Qingshu reached out and took the golden flower back. Xiao Zhao was shocked. Han Qianye waved his hand casually. In the blink of an eye, the golden flower in her hand disappeared without a trace. She didn't even see Han Qianye's move. Her martial arts weren't weak to begin with. After becoming the Persian cult's leader, she was even more qualified to learn the cult's profound martial arts. Later on, she received enlightenment from some of the cult's elders. Her internal energy was comparable to an expert who had been famous for decades. In addition, she had memorized the heaven and earth great shift in the secret passage of the Bright Summit. Although she couldn't cultivate it to the 7th layer like Zhang Wuji, she was still able to reach the 3rd layer. The heaven and earth great shift was extremely difficult to cultivate. The cultivation of the first 2 layers would take at least 7 to 14 years. If there was no progress after cultivating for 21 years, the 3rd layer should not be cultivated. Back then, the previous leader of the Ming dynasty, Yang Dingtian, was only able to cultivate to the 3rd layer. He had only broken through to the 4th layer before his death. This was also why no one was able to cultivate to the 7th layer and resurrect venerated Ming for the past 1,000 years. As for Zhang Wuji, it was all because of the assistance of the 9 Yang divine art. He had been cultivating the 9 Yang divine art in the valley for 5 years without any distractions. Later on, he relied on monk Shuabu's Qiankuan bag to achieve phenomenal success, which was why he was able to reach the 7th layer in just half a day. Even so, it was because of the main character's cheat. Otherwise, why would Yang Dingtian be able to use the 3rd layer of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift and crush Qing Kuan like a chicken? He even made San Du sit in meditation for 30 years to think of a countermeasure. In the end, Zhang Wuji relied on the 9 Yang divine art, the 7th layer of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift, the Taiji Fist Sword, and the Saint Flame Order to defeat Qing Kuan and San Du. It wasn't that easy. Xiao Zhao was able to cultivate to the 3rd layer. Apart from her innate talent and intelligence, it was also because of the internal energy that the elders of the sect had imbued into her. But this also brought about the same problem as Zhang Wuji, which had an unstable foundation. Right now, her martial arts were obviously not inferior to Yang and but she was being restrained by the opponent's spear. Had it not been for Song Qinshu, who happened to pass by, she might have been captured and made into a wife. Impossible. This is my mother's most cherished possession. How can she give it to you? Xiao Zhao regained her senses and spoke quickly. Song Qinshu kept the golden flower again. Your mother and I are good friends. She wanted me to be your godfather, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be around the next time she met you. So, she gave this to me as a keepsake. After considering for a moment, he gave an ambiguous description of his relationship with Tadish. If he were to speak the truth, it would put Tadish in an awkward position. Furthermore, Xiao Zhao must have a lot of respect for her father, Han Qianye. There was no need for him to give her any rebellious thoughts right from the start. After listening to his explanation, Xiao Zhao reluctantly felt relieved. But when she suddenly recalled the word godfather, her face instantly turned red. How can I do that? You are not much older than me. What do you mean by not much older? Song Qinshu sized her up. You are only 16 or 17 years old, but I am already over 30. I am almost twice your age. After saying that, he cursed in his heart. In the original work, Song Qinshu appeared at the age of 27 or 28. In ancient times, he would be considered old. Yet, at such an old age, he had yet to marry and have children. Instead, he was painstakingly pursuing a young lady like Zhou Zhirua. You are only 10 years older. Xiao Zhao curled her lips. In other words, the gap between them wasn't that big. In this world, a teenager is old enough to be a father. Song Qinshu suddenly smiled strangely. My good daughter, call me godfather. I don't want to. Xiao Zhao rejected without a second thought. When she saw the keepsake, she was already half convinced. After all, it was her mother's personal possession. It was impossible for an outsider to obtain it. However, she couldn't understand why her mother would want her to recognize this man who wasn't much older than her as a godfather. Why are you so disobedient? Song Qinshu snorted. Do you believe that your father won't punish you? Bah, you are so young, yet you call me father. Xiao Zhao hurriedly distanced herself from him. Wait until I see my mother. Who knows if you used some trick to trick her into giving you the keepsake. It's fine if you don't recognize me for the time being. At least let me see what you look like. Otherwise, when I meet your mother, I don't know what your daughter looks like. Song Qinshu said with a smile. Don't call me daughter. There was a hint of anger in Xiao Zhao's tone. The reason why I cover my face is because I don't want my whereabouts to be exposed. She was a mixed-race child. Although the characteristics of the western regions had faded from her appearance, it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of those who were observant. Now that she was hiding from the cult's killers, she naturally had to be careful. Chapter 1897. When the veil was taken off, her eyes were bright and full of spirit. Her eyebrows were slender and her nose was straight. Her skin was crystal clear and soft like jade. There were dimples on her cheeks, and her face was fair and sweet. The most eye-catching thing about her was that her eyes were faintly blue. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her smile was like that of a peach. Compared to the women of the Central Plains, she had a unique charm. Song Qingshu's memories of Xiao Zhao in the depths of his mind were already very vague. He only vaguely remembered that she was very young at that time, and her body had not yet grown up. Although her appearance was extremely beautiful, it could not conceal her childishness. Now that a few years had passed, coupled with the tempering of being a cult leader who stood above tens of thousands of people, she had now grown into a beautiful and elegant woman. I've suffered a great loss. Song Qingshu looked like he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. Xiao Zhao was stunned. What's wrong with you? What great loss? Song Qingshu sighed deeply. If I had known that you were so beautiful, I wouldn't have agreed to be your godfather with your mother. Then I could have pursued you. Now, I don't know which brat will take advantage of you. Nonsense. Xiao Zhao spat, and her face suddenly turned red. My mother hates glib-tongued people the most. I don't know why she took you as a friend. She couldn't say the word godfather in the end, so she could only say it in another way. However, when a woman was complimented by a man, she was very happy in her heart even though she said no. So, she was not really angry. I'm just joking. Song Qingshu put away his smile and said seriously, What do you plan to do next? Don't you want to go back to see your mother? Xiao Zhao shook her head. From what you said, I can tell that my mother should be doing well these past 2 years. I'm not in a hurry to see her. I plan to. She suddenly stopped talking and looked a little embarrassed. Song Qingshu was very smart and immediately reacted. Are you going to see your cult leader's son? Xiao Zhao's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes showed a nostalgic look. Yes, I haven't seen young master for many years. Back then, I shouldered too much and couldn't always accompany and serve young master. Now, I have completely removed the heavy burden on my shoulders and can accompany young master. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Wuji's luck with women was really exuberant. One after another, beautiful women were deeply devoted to him. Although it was a little disrespectful to speak ill of others behind their backs, Song Qingshu felt the need to remind her now that the situation had changed. But the current Zhang Wuji is not the Zhang Wuji in your memory. He has already been possessed by the revered Ming. Venerated Ming? Xiao Zhao was a little surprised. Having been in the Persian headquarters for so many years, she naturally knew who venerated Ming was. Everything originated from the heaven and earth great shift. Song Qingshu roughly explained to her how revered Ming had worked hard to tamper with the 7th level of the heaven and earth great shift. It's no wonder that in the secret tunnel of the Light Peak, young master was able to master the other 6 levels in one go, but always felt that the 7th level wasn't enough. Xiao Zhao's little mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of shock. Back then, she had accompanied Zhang Wuji to practice the heaven and earth great shift in the secret tunnel, so she was very clear about these things. The first person to realize that Zhang Wuji had changed was Zhao Min. Then, she decisively returned to Mongolia and led the Ruyang mansion to fight against the Ming dynasty. Song Qingshu continued. As for Zhou Zhiruo, it was entirely his peerless charm that made her change her mind. He was somewhat shamelessly hinting to himself, No wonder I heard that Miss Zhao and young master turned against each other in Persia. At that time I thought it was strange. Since Miss Zhao loved young master so much, why would she turn against him? I even thought that young master and Miss Zhou had rekindled their old love. Xiao Zhao muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Zhou Zhiruo was the wife of the man in front of her. She couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Miss Zhao is smart and calculative. If young master had really changed, she would definitely have noticed it immediately. Song Qinshu secretly sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, he had to thank venerated Ming. If he hadn't interfered, based on the relationship between Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji, he was afraid that he and Zhao Min would never be able to be together. Since you already know the whole story, do you still want to go to Zhang Wuji now? Song Qinshu asked. Xiao Zhao frowned slightly. Seeing is believing. I still need to see young master with my own eyes to confirm the truth. However, her heart sank. For the past 2 years, the headquarters had been receiving some special orders. Back then, the Great Elder said that it was venerated Ming's order. She thought that the Great Elder was using venerated Ming's name to do his own thing. Now, it seemed that young master had most likely been. You know that he has changed, yet you still want to go? Both Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo have left him one after another. Don't you believe me? Song Qinshu frowned. If only Tadish was here. It would indeed be inconvenient for him to interfere with her will. Xiao Zhao shook her head. Even if the whole world betrays young master, I will still stay by his side. Furthermore, if young master has really been possessed by venerated Ming, I will also work hard to find a way to get rid of venerated Ming so that young master can recover. Song Qinshu originally wanted to persuade her, but after hearing her words, he felt deep respect for her. Zhang Wuji has no regrets in this life to have such a loyal handmaiden like you. Xiao Zhao's heart sank. I'm not as good as you say. It's just that I share the same origin as young master and I've dabbled in the martial arts of the Ming dynasty. That's why I'm thinking of helping young master recover. All right, since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Song Qinshu paused. But you must be careful and protect yourself. Xiao Zhao smiled. Don't worry. I've been the cult master for so many years. Not only did I have to deal with the fiendish Mongols, but I also had to deal with those old foxes in the cult. If I didn't have a mind of my own, I would have been swallowed whole long ago. Seeing the calmness in her eyes, Song Qinshu came to his senses. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Moreover, Xiao Zhao had always been smart and calm. Coupled with the experience she had over the past few years and the fact that she knew venerated Ming's identity, it was more than enough for her to protect herself. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. You be careful, Song Qinshu said. Also, if you really run into danger that you can't resolve, just tell him that I have a way to solve his biggest problem. He won't dare to touch you then. What's his biggest problem? Xiao Zhao was confused. If something really happened, would venerated Ming give up just because of this sentence? Song Qinshu smiled strangely. This is an adult's matter. You kids shouldn't ask too much. If venerated Ming hadn't been rendered impotent by his modified version of the absorbing star's great technique, he wouldn't have dared to let Xiao Zhao send herself into the tiger's mouth. Of course, it was not convenient for him to tell a little girl about this. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why are you pretending to be an adult? Xiao Zhao couldn't help but mumble. By the way, I heard that the Mongols and the Persians are sending people to capture you. Won't your journey be too dangerous? Song Qinshu suddenly thought. Chapter 1898. Hearing this, Song Qinshu was filled with admiration. Unexpectedly, it was similar to Taizu's crossing of the Crimson River. No wonder she had been the cult leader of the Persian cult for so many years. Her knowledge and strategy were not something ordinary women could compare with. In fact, it was normal to think about it. When Xiao Zhao was still young, she stood out to command the 5-element flags when Yang Xiao and the others were poisoned and blocked the attack of the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Her commanding ability was evident. However, she had always appeared in front of Zhang Wuji as a little maid who understood flowers, which made people ignore her ability. Now that she had trained in Persia for a few years, she had grown even faster. But it is said that Zhang Wuji has not been at Brightness Peak for a long time. No one knows where he has gone. Song Qingshu reminded her. Xiao Zhao nodded. I have also found out about this recently, so I plan to go somewhere else to find him. The world is so big and there are so many people. Where are you going to find him? Song Qingshu frowned. Xiao Zhao smiled sweetly. As long as I have the heart, I will find him. Well, be careful on your way. Seeing that she was so determined, Song Qingshu did not try to persuade her anymore. Xiao Zhao was about to say goodbye to him when she suddenly remembered something. She attacked him directly. Song Qingshu instinctively grabbed her wrist and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing, I heard that your martial arts are very high. I want to try." A trace of astonishment flashed across Xiao Zhao's face. Her martial arts skill was no longer what it used to be. On the Persian side, other than the great elder Huashan, no one dared to say that they could win against her. But the unexpected attack just now was easily neutralized by the opponent, and at the same time was countered. The higher one's martial arts skill was, the more one could understand the power of turning the complex into the simple. The opponent's ordinary claw did not look like a miracle, but it achieved an extraordinary effect. Your martial arts aren't weak either. Song Qingshu let go of her wrist and evaluated her objectively. She was well versed in the Persian Ming cult's martial arts and the heaven and earth great shift. Even in Jianghu, she could be considered a top-notch master. However, she was probably a high and mighty cult leader and rarely needed to fight herself. That was why she lacked actual combat experience compared to those grandmasters. But I was still subdued by you in one move despite my sneak attack. Xiao Zhao was a little resentful. How did you practice your martial arts? Back then, your martial arts weren't this. She quickly stopped speaking because she realized that the 6 major sects had besieged Light Peak. The other party must not want to talk about the past. Everyone has their own fate. Even Zhang Wuji was able to fall off a cliff and learn the 9 yang divine skill. Can't I have a fortuitous encounter? Song Qingshu was indifferent. Xiao Zhao smiled. Young master is really cunning. After talking for so long, you didn't say anything. Song Qingshu shook his finger. Secrets can make a man more charming. It was not that he was being selfish, but it was not good to spread the Mandi Diana to the world. Moreover, she was a little girl. It's fine if young master doesn't want to say it. Xiao Zhao suddenly blushed. But you are really bad. You're so good at martial arts. That night you pretended that you didn't know martial arts to take advantage of me. Song Qingshu said calmly. I didn't say that I didn't know martial arts. You just thought that I was a weak scholar who could be bullied. As for taking advantage of me, he smiled and continued, although I did it to save you, I did take advantage of you. Xiao Zhao snorted. Next time, I'll tell my mother and let her see your true colors. Then, she left a wisp of fragrance and quickly disappeared into the forest. Looking at her disappearing figure, Song Qingshu sighed. What your mother saw was not only my true colors. Suddenly, he realized a problem. How should he explain to Tajtish the next time he saw her? He had clearly bumped into her daughter again, but in the end, he let her go? Thinking of this, he felt a headache coming on. This child, after being separated from her mother for so many years, the first thing she did after returning was to look for Zhang Wuji. Truly, a grown girl cannot be kept at home. After that, he continued on his way to Liao. There were no other disturbances along the way. When he entered the palace and saw Zhao Min, he was startled when he saw her packing her luggage. What are you doing? Seeing his appearance, Zhao Min was both surprised and happy. She threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. You came at the right time. I was just worrying. Her voluptuous and alluring body gave off an astonishing elasticity. With great difficulty, Song Qingshu calmed his mind and asked, Are you planning to leave? Zhao Min grunted. Yes, I've received news that the Great Khan has already conquered the western countries and is returning to Helen. Because he was too busy before, he delegated the power of the Eastern Front to my father and a few imperial grandsons. Now that the Great Khan has returned, the power of the upper echelons will inevitably be reshuffled. I'm worried about my father, so I'm planning to go back and have a look. Pisong Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. The Ruyang household has many soldiers and generals. Your father is the #1 person in the military, and that big brother of yours is also one of the famous generals in history. What's there to worry about? It's precisely because of this that I'm worried. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Zhao Min's brows revealed a deep worry. I don't know if it's because of what I think about during the day and what I dream at night, but I've been feeling upset recently and have some bad dreams. So I'm planning to go back and help my father and big brother. Pisong Qinshu was about to advise her, but he suddenly remembered that the higher one's cultivation base was, the more sensitive one would be to impending danger to a certain extent. This was the so-called sudden inspiration. If it was a normal person, they would usually have the same reaction to their closest relative. When he saw Zhao Min's solemn expression, Song Qinshu also became a little worried. If something really happens, won't you be sending yourself into a tiger's den by going back so rashly? Zhao Min finally put on a smile. Don't worry. The Ruyang household has a lot of resources after all. Even if something happens, we should have the ability to resolve it. Besides, we're in our own territory now. We'll definitely have a way. Pisong Qinshu thought about it and agreed with her. The Ruyang father and son had a lot of troops, and they also had a lot of elites under them. Zhao Min had once toyed with most of the martial arts world in the Central Plains in the palm of her hand. It would be fine if they did not harm others, so there was no way they would be harmed by others. You've come back this time because of the Great Khan's return to the east, right? Zhao Min asked. Yes. I feel like I'm not ready yet, and I'm about to officially face the pressure from Mongolia, Song Qinshu said with a wry smile. There's no such thing as a sure thing in this world. If you seek too much stability, it'll be easy for you to lose the chance to win. Zhao Min smiled. I think that your idea of choosing a husband for the Western Xia dynasty this time is pretty good. That Princess Yinchuan of yours is also quite a character. I can't believe that she's willing to take the initiative to stand out. How did you know that we? Song Qinshu looked embarrassed. Zhao Min snorted. Do you think I don't know your style of doing things? There's been a lot of trouble in Western Xia recently. If I pay a little attention, I'll know that you're the one behind it. Chapter 1899. Song Qinshu was a little dissatisfied. It's because you know my secret and you're so smart that you can guess the truth behind it. If it were someone else, who would know that I'm the one in charge of the Western Xia? Zhao Min nodded. That's true. If it weren't for Liao, I wouldn't have thought about it when I saw the Western Xia in such a mess. Fortunately, no one in the world is as smart as my Min. Song Qinshu smiled and held her in his arms. When are you going to leave? Zhao Min turned around and put her hand on his neck. Her eyes were sparkling. I'm almost done and ready to leave. But since you're back, I can leave a little later. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his lip. Song Qinshu was startled, but he soon relaxed. He put his hands around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. He enjoyed her sweet and hot kiss to his heart's content. After a long time, Zhao Min fixed the buttons on her dress with a ruddy face. While buttoning them, she asked in a sweet voice, "Is my hair messy?" Her bright red skin, coupled with the faint water stains in her starry eyes, showed how happy she had just been. Song Qinshu lay on the bed and admired her graceful and moving figure. Your hair is beautiful no matter what. It looks lazy and luxurious like this. So, it's messy. Zhao Min hurriedly found a bronze mirror and looked at herself. It's all your fault. You just had to grab my hair like that, Song Qingshu chuckled. I think you look good this way. Glib. Zhao Min looked back at him coquettishly and began to fix her messy hair directly in front of the mirror. With Song Qingshu's current level of skill, even if it was only for a short moment, he could clearly see the flirtatious look in her eyes. That slight anger, shyness, and at the same time, overflowing with charm was truly unique. Why are you up so early? Sleep with me for a while. Song Qingshu admired her figure from behind. He saw that she was still like a young girl, her legs and buttocks were tight, her small buttocks were perky, and her legs were slender. A red dress was tightly wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body. Her breasts were full and towering, and her waist was very thin. It fully displayed the advantages of Zhao Min's figure. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Princess Zhao Min was truly the best of the best, especially at a time like this when she had the advantages of both a young girl and a young married woman. She was truly irresistible. When he had first arrived in this world, he had felt that the heavens were unfair. Now that he thought about it, it was truly a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have had the chance to have such a dreamy woman? No, I still have to hurry. Zhao Min hurriedly tidied up her hair and got up to take her luggage. Song Qingshu was shocked and subconsciously sat up. So fast. Zhao Min walked to the side of the bed and smiled like a flower. That's right, I was going to leave anyway. I stayed a bit longer just for you. Seeing the other's disappointed expression, Zhao Min smiled like a fox. Originally, you left me here to do things for you, but you ran off to flirt with other women. I still have some hidden bitterness in my heart, but since you made me so happy this time, I won't argue with you. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. After saying this, she kissed him on the lips and left with a smile, leaving Song Qingshu sitting alone on the bed in the wind. What is this? Waving your sleeves and not taking away a single cloud? Song Qingshu continuously comforted himself. However, the more he comforted himself, the more he felt like a little girl who was abandoned after being played with. Why did it feel so unpleasant to be freeloaded? After a long time, he smiled. Only Zhao Min could do such a carefree thing. After she left, Song Qingshu couldn't sleep anymore. He got up and put on his clothes. Originally, he planned to find Su Quan to ask about the current situation in Liao. However, when he thought about how he had just fought with another woman and was surrounded by Zhao Min's fragrance, wouldn't he cause trouble for her if he went over? He called the palace maid to prepare hot water and planned to take a bath. At this time, he found an envelope left by Zhao Min on the table. The envelope wrote all the things that happened in Liao during this period of time. The officials she met, the appointments she made, which officials could be trusted in the future, and which officials couldn't be trusted. Everything was listed clearly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhao Min was really a female zhuge. Previously, she was worried that she would cause trouble for him after leaving, so she specially prepared everything in advance. After reading the letter left by Zhao Min a few times and memorizing the contents, Song Qingshu was almost done bathing. After changing into a new set of clothes, he went to Su Quan's bedroom to look for her. He saw her lazily lying on the couch for a nap. Even through the curtain, he could see her undulating figure. She was completely different from Zhao Min, who still retained some of the innocence of a young girl. Her body was full of the charm of a mature young woman. The curve of her buttocks was exaggerated and connected to her waist. In front of him, it was a beautiful picture of a little beauty. Didn't I say not to disturb me? She seemed to have heard the noise, but Su Quan thought it was a palace maid or something. She didn't open her eyes and muttered with some dissatisfaction. It's not dark yet and you're already sleeping? Song Qingshu smiled and walked over. Su Quan suddenly woke up. When she saw his appearance, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. You're back? I'm back. Song Qingshu walked to the side of the couch and sat down. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, he sighed for a moment. He didn't know how much virtue he had accumulated in his previous life to be able to have so many beautiful confidants in this life. You didn't inform me in advance that you're back. You made me look so embarrassed in front of you. Su Quan pouted coquettishly. At the same time, she began to tidy up her clothes and hair that were a little messy when she just slept. Seeing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Her clothes might be a little wrinkled, but how could it have anything to do with being embarrassed? The nature of women to love beauty was indeed the same no matter which era it was. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be a trace of tiredness between her brows. He couldn't help but ask, "You seem to be falling asleep just now. You seemed very tired?" Su Quan faintly sighed. "Of course I'm tired. Although Liao is no longer what it used to be, it's still a country. I don't know how many things I have to deal with in a day. The key is that at this stage, I can't delegate power to the officials under me. I have to do everything by myself. Previously, I had the help of the princess's younger sister, but she has to go home. In the future, I'll be the only one left. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Song Qingshu's heart was full of guilt. "It's really hard on you." Su Quan smiled charmingly. "Although it's a little hard, I can be considered to be enjoying it. In the past, a mere divine dragon cult couldn't display my strengths at all. Now that I'm governing a country, I feel very accomplished every day." Chapter 1900. Don't joke around. The strong desire to survive that he had developed in his previous life made Song Qingshu very clear-headed to avoid this topic. "I'm telling the truth." Su Quan twisted her body and burrowed into his arms. "By the way, your princess has left. Aren't you going to send her off?" Song Qingshu replied, "She has already left. So you just came from her place." Su Quan was clever and immediately understood the hidden meaning in his words. She suddenly wrinkled her nose and sniffed him. "Hey, there's no fragrance on Zhao Min's body. Did you just take a bath?" Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. "Do you have a dog's nose?" Each of his women was more shrewd than the other. Sooner or later, he would be swallowed up by them without any residue left. "I have a fox's nose." Su Quan snorted proudly, but soon her expression became a little lonely. She sighed faintly. "The first thing you did when you came back was to find Zhao Min instead of me. This proves that she is still more important in your heart." Song Qingshu's smile froze. He didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, Su Quan quickly regained her smile. "But at least you took a bath, changed into a new set of clothes, and came to find me with a new face. You're kind, so I forgive you. I've made you feel wronged," Song Qingshu said apologetically. "There's nothing to feel wronged about. I'd rather be the concubine of a hero than the wife of a mediocre man. I chose the man myself, so I have to bear the corresponding consequences." Su Quan chuckled. "Besides, you're a little unfaithful and spend less time with me. There's nothing wrong with that." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why did this kind of compliment sound so awkward? All right. Don't feel guilty. It's not easy for you to come back. Have a good talk with me." Su Quan could see his awkwardness. She was a smart woman and knew when to stop. Then, Song Qingshu hugged her like this and listened to her talk about what happened to Liao during this time. At the same time, he told her everything that had happened to him during this time. Time passed very quickly in the warmth between lovers. A few hours had passed, but the two of them did not feel tired at all. After dinner, Su Quan suddenly said, "When you are free, go and see Consort Hui. I see her crying every day, as if she has lost her spirit. If this goes on, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for long." Imperial concubine Hui? Song Qingshu was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Su Quan explained, "It is the Southern Dynasty Crown Princess, the Shen family's young lady who was kidnapped by Yelu Isin." Shen Bijuan. Song Qingshu finally remembered. At that time, Yelu Isin had disguised Shin Bijuan as Xiao Shima's sister and sent her to the palace. Then, she was given the title of Consort Hui. In the end, when Yelu Isin's rebellion broke out, she was also implicated. In order to protect her, she was banished to the cold palace. This Shin family's young lady is truly an outstanding beauty. Even though she has a sad face every day, some of the little eunuchs in the palace are infatuated with her. Every concubine that was banished to the cold palace was lonely in front of their door. Even the palace maids didn't like them, but when it came to her, it was as crowded as a marketplace. It is a strange sight in the cold palace. Su Quan couldn't help but sigh. Okay, I will go and see. Song Qingshu didn't dare delay. After all, the person in charge of Sichuan was Shin Xiaolong, Shin Bijuan's elder brother. When he heard that the Shin family had been destroyed, his heart had died. Song Qingshu had told him about Shin Bijuan, which gave him hope. If something happened to Shin Bijuan, although they wouldn't become enemies, it would definitely affect the relationship between the two sides. Although it was called the Cold Palace, there was no palace in the Imperial Palace specifically called the Cold Palace. Instead, it was some of the most remote rooms. The deposed concubines were often sent to those places. Over time, that place became the Cold Palace in everyone's hearts. Because the inner palace didn't allow imperial guards and ministers to enter, and because the Cold Palace was remote, there weren't many people there. Even if they occasionally met people on the way, with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he could avoid them in advance. Thus, he didn't disguise himself and walked directly there. When he arrived near Shin Bijuan's palace, he saw a few little eunuchs carrying lunch boxes out. As they walked, they whispered to each other, "Consort Hui is really pitiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her Majesty the Empress is not inferior to her. Her Majesty the Empress is high above. I don't dare to think about it. Che, even if Consort Hui was banished to the Cold Palace, she is still a concubine. Isn't she also high above? Someone with our status can think about it." "So what if we think about it? We've already been cut down below." At this point, the two eunuchs fell silent. After a long time, one of them said, "When we grow old and leave the palace, we must bring our treasures with us. We will rest in peace with our bodies intact. In our next life, we will not be people without root." After the two left, Song Qingshu flashed out from behind the fake mountain. Looking at their backs, he sighed inwardly. These eunuchs were all pitiful people. However, in this era, there was no way to abolish the system of eunuchs. They could only order the eunuchs of the greeting office to be completely voluntary and ensure that they would have proper arrangements for the rest of their lives after they left the palace. Inside the Cold Palace, the rooms were extremely dilapidated. The cloth curtains were extremely dim. It was unknown where they had been discarded, but it was a stark contrast to the splendor of the other places in the Imperial Palace. A thin and beautiful figure sat by the window, quietly staring at the sky outside in a daze. A young palace maid at the side urged, "Nyang Nyang, eat something. The food of the other people in the Cold Palace is either cold or rotten. It's only thanks to those little eunuchs that they bring you hot food every time. Don't waste their good intentions." Song Qingshu stilled. When he left, hadn't he told Su Quan and Zhao Min to take good care of her? How did she end up relying on eunuchs? In reality, this was a misunderstanding. Su Quan and Zhao Min had people take good care of Shin Bijuan. Everything was according to the previous standard. In the beginning, the people below did as they were told, but later, seeing that the emperor had no intention of restoring Consort Hui's status, the people below gradually became negligent. The imperial palace had always been this cold. Who knew how many concubines in the Cold Palace hoped to make a comeback, but the emperor would occasionally add new people to his side. Very quickly, these women were completely forgotten. Everyone was used to it. "I don't have an appetite," a gentle female voice rang out. "Also, don't let those little eunuchs give me things. Their salary is not much, and some of the things are clearly embezzled from some place. If someone finds out, it will bring about a fatal disaster. In the past, Shin Bijuan's eyes were always clear and gentle, like the flowing water in the spring wind. Her hair was bright and soft, and her waist was as soft as a willow branch in the spring wind. But now she had changed. She had become quieter, more melancholic and more haggard. However, these changes did not harm her beauty. On the contrary, she appeared even more lovely and beautiful. It was a beauty that could intoxicate one's heart. But how can you not eat? Nyang Nyang is becoming thinner and thinner. If this continues, your body won't be able to support it, the young palace maid said anxiously. Shin Bijuan looked at the sky outside and faintly said, "So what if I can support it? In the end, I am still imprisoned in this world, like a canary in a cage." Chapter 1901. Who is Miss Shin waiting for? At this time, a warm voice came from behind her. Shin Bijuan's body trembled. She turned to look at the door in disbelief. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she almost fainted. Of course, this wasn't because she had fallen in love with him or because her feelings for him were deep. It was just that she, a little girl, had happily become the crown princess, but she had been kidnapped and taken to a foreign country. Then the Shun family had been exterminated. The southern Song dynasty imperial family that she had been waiting for not only did not save her, but instead sent people to kill her to cover up their shame. She had long since lost all hope. At this time, Song Qingshu's appearance had given her a glimmer of hope. It was her only hope. This was also why she had been able to calmly wait in the cold palace. But after a few months, there had been no news from him at all. She, who had been abandoned by the entire world, couldn't help but worry. Sometimes she would even wonder if he had completely forgotten about her existence. Gradually, she lost her appetite and her body became thinner. She spent all day staring at the courtyard in a daze. The more she looked, the more she felt pity for herself. That kind of sorrow had accumulated to the extreme. When she suddenly heard the voice she had been waiting for, how could she not be excited? Impudent! Who are you to dare trespass into the inner palace? The young palace maid at the side saw that this person was clearly not a eunuch in disguise, nor was he a guard of the imperial physicians. In fact, even a guard of the imperial eunuch was not allowed to appear here. She couldn't help but stand in front of Shin Bijuan and loudly scold the youth. "You can leave." Shin Bijuan finally spoke, a trace of a smile on her face. Nyang Nyang, the young palace maid panicked. There were some things she was too embarrassed to say. She thought that even if she had been given the cold shoulder by the emperor, with her outstanding beauty, it wasn't impossible for her to recover. But if she were to be involved with another man, not only would there be no hope for her to recover, it would also bring about a fatal disaster. "Leave. You are not allowed to speak of what happened today," Shin Bijuan said again. But her eyes were completely focused on the man not far away. Usually, her eyes were full of worry, and the little palace maid was amazed by this master's amazing beauty. Now that her eyes had recovered, the whole room seemed to instantly brighten up. Although it was a common phenomenon for women to be jealous, but with such beauty, the gap was so big that the palace maid could not raise the idea of jealousy. However, although she was beautiful, she was worried that this matter would implicate her. Her eyes suddenly turned, wondering if she should find a chance to inform the others. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? With a glance, he could see through her thoughts. He took out a gold medal and waved it in front of her. "The emperor sent me. This matter must be kept secret. Otherwise, be careful of your head." There were too many secrets in the imperial palace, and many of them were unimaginable. Even though the palace maid did not understand why the emperor would send a young man to find the incomparably beautiful empress, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. She silently retreated, determined to keep this matter a secret to avoid being accidentally caught up in some storm. After she left, Song Qinshu furrowed his brows and asked, "Why is the previous palace maid not here?" Shin Bijuan softly replied, "Something happened to the previous one's family. I pitied her, so I begged the empress to let her out of the palace." Song Qinshu couldn't help saying, "It must have brought back your sad memories and made you sympathize with them." Shin Bijuan gave a sad smile. "Isn't that so? Although something happened to her family, she still has a home. Where is my home?" Looking at her tearful appearance, Song Qinshu secretly sighed. She was a rich young lady with a perfect family background and a perfect future, but in the end, fate played a joke on her and made her bear things that she shouldn't bear at her age. It was a miracle that she hadn't broken down after so long. "Miss Shin, do you want to go home to see?" Song Qinshu asked. "Go home?" Shin Bijuan was first startled and then a strange light flashed through her eyes. "Is that really possible?" Song Qinshu gave a slight smile. "Of course. This time, I have to go to Jiangnan and I can bring you along. You can go back to the Shin family's ancestral home and pay respects to your parent." Thinking of the Shin Yuan that she had grown up in and the parents that she hadn't seen before they died, Shin Bijuan's eyes filled with tears. "Jiangnan. I want to go back even in my dreams, but I am Liao's imperial consort. Can I really leave the palace?" Feeling her body sway slightly as though she would fall with the slightest gust of wind, Song Qinshu was worried that her body was too weak and overly excited. He quickly went to help her sit down. "Since I can appear here, naturally I can take you out. I really don't know how to thank you." Shin Bijuan's face was slightly red. It was unknown if it was because she was excited about something she didn't even dare think about or because she was shy from being touched by a man. Song Qinshu shook his head. "Miss Shin is too serious. Back then, I promised your parents. Now it is just a matter of loyalty to others." Shin Bijuan heard him speak so lightly, but she knew in her heart how difficult it was to fulfill such a promise. "But my Shin family has never interacted with you before, yet you are willing to help us." I, Song Qinshu smiled. "Miss Shin, there is no need to take it to heart. Although I am not a good person, I know that there are some things that cannot be done with folded arms. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape the condemnation of one's conscience. Brother Song, if you are not a good person, then there are no good people in the world." Shin Bijuan thought of the contrast between the people of the southern Song dynasty and how they behave. She was filled with emotion for a moment. "That's right, Brother Song, didn't I tell you before that calling me Miss Shin is too distant? In the future, just call me Bijuan." After saying this, her originally pale cheeks flushed red. It had to be known that she was not like the children of Jianghu. She was a young lady from a noble family. Rich families paid the most attention to rules. Unless it was her parents or future husband, she couldn't just let anyone call her by her maiden name. For her to take the initiative to tell another man again and again, if this spread to the boudoir circle in Jiangnan, many people would laugh at her. Song Qinshu wasn't someone who was inflexible. Hearing her say this, he agreed and closed the distance between them to reassure her. "That's fine. In the future, I will call you Bijuan." Seeing the food on the table, Song Qinshu smiled and said, "Bijuan, you have to eat more to nourish your body. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the fatigue of the journey." Shin Bijuan blushed slightly. "Okay, I'll eat now." Originally, she didn't have much of an appetite, but for some reason, when she saw Song Qinshu and heard that he was taking her back to Jiangnan, she felt as if the world had become more colorful. Her stomach began to rumble with hunger. Song Qinshu suddenly remembered that the food was delivered by the eunuchs. His brows furrowed. "I'll have someone prepare some other food and bring it over." Shin Bijuan smiled slightly. "No need. After all, this is the goodwill of those little eunuchs. Don't disappoint them." Song Qinshu continued, "I remember that before I left, I arranged your treatment. When did your offerings start to decrease?" Shin Bijuan shook her head. Brother Song, there is no need to pursue this matter for me. The people in the palace are all pitiful. In any case, I am about to leave, so there is no need to cause trouble for them. Chapter 1902. When Shin Bijuan ate, she didn't show her teeth and only tasted each dish. Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. The ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. I never understood what that meant, but now that I see Bijuan eat, I finally understand the true meaning of that phrase. Shin Bijuan put down her chopsticks and looked at him reproachfully. Brother Song is making fun of me again. Song Qinshu picked up his chopsticks and put a lot of food into her bowl before saying, I'm just worried for you when I see you eat. How can you eat your fill like this? Looking at the small mountain of rice in front of her, Shin Bijuan had a difficult expression. I really can't eat this much. Eat more. Recover your energy before we continue on our journey. Song Qinshu wasn't advising a girl to eat more for no reason. Looking at Shin Bijuan's frail appearance, he was truly worried that her body wouldn't be able to hold up on the journey. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't waste any more time. I'm not as frail as you think. Shin Bijuan thought about how she had been captured from Jiangnan to the Great Wall. Hadn't she managed to endure her days as a prisoner? Noticing the stubbornness in her eyes, Song Qinshu could roughly guess what she was thinking. This time, it's much farther than when you went from Jiangnan to Liao. We have to go to Sichuan first and then follow the river to Jiangnan. It's a few thousand li and the journey is even longer. Moreover, we won't have time to rest on the way. How can we not rest well? We still have to go to Sichuan? A trace of surprise flashed through Shin Bijuan's eyes as she asked in confusion. Song Qinshu explained, Do you have an older brother called Shin Xiaolong? How did you know? Shin Bijuan exclaimed. He was expelled from the Shun family when I was very young. I don't know what he did. I don't actually remember, but I once heard my mother mention him. Because I ran into him a few months ago and coincidentally found out that he was also a member of the Shun family. I even promised him that I would bring you to see him, Song Qinshu answered. Eldest brother, is he still well? Shin Bijuan's voice trembled. She had always thought that the Shun family had been exterminated and that she was alone in this world. Now that she knew she still had a relative, how could she not be excited? Song Qinshu replied with a smile, I was caught up in a storm before, but now everything has turned to good. As for the specifics, I'll tell you slowly on the way. Shin Bijuan was a cold person and quickly guessed the truth. He must have received Brother Song's help to turn the situation around. Song Qinshu didn't deny it. I did help him, but he also helped me. It's a win-win situation. Shin Bijuan sighed, Big Brother Song, I really don't know how to repay the kindness you've shown my Shin family. Song Qinshu couldn't help but think of a joke from his past life. It seems that Bai Jun thinks I'm ugly. Shin Bijuan was startled. Why does Brother Song say that? Song Qinshu subconsciously replied, In stories where the hero saves the damsel in distress, if the man is very handsome, the maiden will often say, Gongzi's great kindness, this maiden is unable to repay it, and can only devote her life to you. If the man is ugly, the maiden will say, Gongzi's great kindness, this maiden is unable to repay it, and can only repay it by being an ox or horse in the next life. What kind of girl is so shameless? Shin Bijuan's face instantly turned red. She didn't know what to say. Song Qinshu regretted it as soon as he blurted it out. He really couldn't change his flirtatious nature. In his past life, this kind of teasing was very normal, and women wouldn't take it seriously. Instead, it would liven up the atmosphere. However, this world was much more conservative, so this kind of teasing was a bit frivolous. Sure enough, Shin Bijuan's rosy little mouth opened a few times as if she wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Song Qinshu hastily said, I just like to joke around. Don't take it to heart, Bijuan. Once you get to know me better, you'll know how bad I am. He was also very helpless. Now that he was in a relationship, he didn't have the mood to flirt anymore. Moreover, his mind had been filled with thoughts of how to deal with the Mongols' invasion. He didn't have time to think about relationships, but this kind of behavior was hard to avoid being misunderstood by others. Shin Bijuan quietly nodded. She really didn't know how to respond to this kind of topic. Song Qingshu continued, I'll be watching you from the side, and I'm sure you'll be too embarrassed to eat. How about this? I still have some things to take care of, so I'll come pick you up in 2 days. You should also prepare. Seeing him leave like he was running away, Shin Bijuan, who hadn't been happy in a long time, couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, why are you running away? I'm not blaming you, and how could I not know the rules of marriage? However, she thought about how she had been kidnapped from Jiangnan and stayed with a man for such a long time. Her reputation had probably been tarnished in the eyes of others. Furthermore, she had later become a concubine of Emperor Liao. Although she was pure, she had stayed in the palace for so long. Even if her parents were alive, they wouldn't believe that nothing had happened. Song Qingshu returned to his bedroom. Su Quan raised her eyebrows. Huh? Why are you back so early? Early? Song Qingshu was a bit confused. Su Quan pursed her lips into a smile. I thought you would at least spend the night at her place. Song Qingshu was speechless. In your heart, am I that kind of person? Otherwise. Su Quan giggled. Don't say that you aren't interested in that great beauty. As a woman, I can't help but marvel at her beauty when I see her. It's just that she has always been raised in a boudoir, so her reputation isn't prominent. If she was someone from Jianghu, I'm afraid the title of the #1 beauty in Jianghu would have changed hands. Miss Shin is indeed beautiful. Song Qingshu expressed his deep agreement. However, when a woman was beautiful to a certain degree, it was difficult to distinguish who was superior in terms of appearance and figure. Things like status and temperament were the most important. Su Quan giggled. Do you want me to call her over to serve in bed now? In any case, she is the Emperor's Hui concubine. Serving in bed is her duty. Song Qingshu jumped in fright. Don't act recklessly. Look at her haggard appearance. After experiencing great joy and then suddenly experiencing great sorrow, it's very likely that she'll be so frightened that she'll commit suicide. You're still saying it's boring? Aren't you getting nervous now? Su Quan curled her lips and smiled like a fox. Song Qingshu sternly said, If it was any other innocent person, I would have done the same. All right. You're a gentleman, okay? Su Quan smiled and came over to hold his hand. It's getting late. Why don't we rest? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You just said that I came back early. Su Quan's face rarely turned red. I missed you. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years, let alone I haven't seen you for so long. Chapter 1903. Song Qingshu was a man, and a normal man at that. He immediately picked her up and carried her to the bed. Su Quan smiled coquettishly and hooked her arms around his neck. At the same time, she pulled down the curtain beside the bed. Soon, a sobbing and complaining voice came from the room. It made people blush and their hearts beat faster. When they woke up the next day, Su Quan said a few words to him in a daze, then fell back into a sweet sleep. Song Qingshu kissed her forehead, then got up, packed his clothes, and left the bedroom. The two of them spent the whole night saying their goodbyes. After lingering for most of the night, Su Quan's whole body was limp like a ball of mud. She was already exhausted, and Song Qingshu didn't want to disturb her. After leaving the bedroom, Song Qingshu also felt a little weak in his leg. Even though his body was made of iron, he couldn't support himself after being completely immersed in Zhao Min and Su Quan, two naturally seductive women. If it wasn't for the special cultivation technique that can nourish the body with yin and yang energy, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. Outsiders were envious of his good luck with women, but how could they know the hardships he had gone through? Of course, these words would be even more annoying if they were told. It was no wonder that since ancient times, most emperors had short lives. With so many concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, it would be unreasonable to not die of exhaustion. When Song Qinshu arrived at the cold palace, Shin Bijuan had already finished washing up and was sitting in the courtyard watering the flowers. She was different from before. Now, her eyes were as bright as the stars, as if they were emitting light at any time. Although Song Qinshu had gone through a day and night of fierce battle, he was still amazed by the beauty of the woman in front of him. He thought to himself that it was no wonder Su Quan said last night that she wanted to squeeze him dry so that he wouldn't have any thoughts about this troublesome woman on the way. "Brother Song, you're here?" Seeing Song Qinshu's arrival, Shin Bijuan was a little surprised, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. "Originally, I planned to leave in 2 days, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to leave as soon as possible." Song Qinshu smiled. No one knew when the Mongolians would come south. It was better to hurry. Anyway, Su Quan could take care of Liao. After a pause, Song Qinshu said, "Do you want to pack your luggage now?" Shin Bijuan was startled. "We're leaving now? Why, you still don't want to leave this place?" Song Qinshu teased. "Of course not." Shin Bijuan blushed. "I just can't believe that I can leave this cage." However, she had no time to lament about this right now. The complicated expression on her face was quickly replaced by excitement. "I don't have much to pack. I'll be done soon. There's no rush. Take your time." Looking at her excited back, Song Qinshu didn't follow her in. After all, she would definitely need to pack some of her private clothes. It wouldn't be convenient for him. He stood in the yard and leisurely waited. However, he waited for almost an hour. In the end, he saw the rouge and powder she had carefully selected, the bottles he didn't know the name of, and the large bags of clothes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, women are all like this in every generation. Shin Bijuan heard his muttering and said with some embarrassment, "I've made you wait a long time. Fortunately, it's not at home. Otherwise, there would be more." Song Qinshu finally remembered that she was the daughter of a wealthy family and had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her family loved her dearly, so she naturally had everything she wanted. "I just don't know if those things are still there in the Shun Gardens," Shin Bijuan suddenly said sadly. "You'll know if they're still there when you go back and see for yourself." Seeing that she was thinking about the extermination of the Shin family, Song Qinshu comforted her. "I thought that I would die in a foreign land for the rest of my life. I didn't think that I would have the chance to return to the Shin Gardens." "Brother Song, thank you." Shin Bijuan bowed as she spoke. "Bijuan, don't be so courteous." Song Qinshu helped her up. "It won't be too late to thank me when you actually return to the Shin Gardens." Being supported by a young man, Shin Bijuan's heartbeat sped up. "You guys?" At this time, a surprised and uncertain voice came from outside the door. The two turned their heads and saw that the palace maid was standing at the door and looking at them with shock. Shin Bijuan's face reddened and she quickly took a step back to separate from the other. Song Qinshu didn't care and lightly said to the palace maid, "I have an imperial edict to take Hui Fei Nyang out of the palace. During this time, you should act as usual and pretend that Nyang is still here. There will soon be an imperial edict that no one is allowed to visit. You don't have to worry about secrets being leaked." "You're taking Nyang out of the palace?" The palace maid was dumbstruck. This was beyond her understanding. It had to be known that the women in the cold palace would either grow old alone or be given 10 feet of white silk. There was a small chance that they would rise again, but she had never heard of an imperial concubine being allowed out of the palace. "You guys, are you going to elope?" the palace maid asked in a trembling voice. She had originally thought that the man in front of her was the Emperor's trusted bodyguard or something. But no matter how big the Emperor's heart was, he wouldn't allow a hot-blooded young man to take his woman out of the palace. The key was that this woman was devastatingly beautiful and no man could resist her charm. After thinking about it, the only explanation was that the two were planning to elope. He had been in the palace for so many years and naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. If the matter was exposed, he, as a servant of Hui Fei, would not be able to escape responsibility. At that time, the Emperor would be furious and perhaps sentence her entire family to be executed. He naturally had to find out now. Elope? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense are you saying? Shen Bijuan, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. Elopement was something that people loved to see in novels, but for young misses like her, countless people had told them how shameless it was to elope ever since they were young. Nyang Nyang, please pity me. I have old people to take care of. If you leave and the higher-ups investigate, what will I do? The young palace maid couldn't help but cry. Shin Bijuan opened her mouth, but didn't know how to comfort her. She couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu for help. In reality, she didn't know what method he would use to take her out of the palace. The most likely situation was that he would use his superior martial arts to sneak her out of the palace. But if he did that, it would be easy to implicate the people around her. Thinking about how she had regained her freedom, but the price would be the lives of others, the kind-hearted her couldn't bear it. Song Qingshu threw the gold medallion to the young palace maid. See for yourself if this gold medallion is fake or not. This is the Emperor's personal item. Who knows if it was forged by you? The young palace maid turned the medallion over and over. When she saw the golden dragon engraved on the medallion with the words Imperial written on one side and Regal Presence written on the other, her heart finally calmed. Who in the palace dares to forge an imperial edict? Song Qingshu reached out and sucked the medallion back into his hand. However, he didn't have the heart to scold this responsible young palace maid. Of course, he still had to scare her. Remember not to talk too much, or else you might not be able to keep your little life. Finishing, he led Shin Bijuan out. When the two of them reached the door, the young palace maid timidly asked, Nyang Nyang, will you come back? Chapter 1904. Probably, replied Song Qingshu. Hearing his words, Shin Bijuan's originally happy mood dropped to the bottom. She had thought that the sun was shining brightly today, but now it felt like the sky was covered in dark clouds. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood and explained, Don't think too much. It's because your identity is sensitive. You won't be able to use your original identity to live in the southern Song dynasty for a while. This place can provide you with a safe haven. But I don't like this place. I'm always worried. Shin Bijuan hesitated for a long time before finishing her sentence. One day, the Emperor will summon me to serve him. Song Qingshu laughed. Don't worry, what you're worried about won't happen. He won't summon you to serve him. Hearing his laughter, Shin Bijuan didn't know why she became angry. Why? It's better to be safe than sorry. There's no what if, I promise you, said Song Qingshu. Shin Bijuan's brows furrowed slightly. I know that Brother Song is very skilled, but the other party is the Emperor. If he really wants to do something, I'm afraid Brother Song won't be able to stop him. Song Qingshu handed the gold medal to her. Even the Emperor's gold medal is in my hands, and I can enter and leave the palace as I please. I can take you away whenever I want, so what are you worried about? But there are some secrets that I can't tell you right now. I can only tell you that you can treat the palace as your home. No one will bully you or harm you. Shin Bijuan was shocked. There was too much information in his words, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't guess the truth. But I don't like this place. I can hide my identity and live in a small mountain town for the rest of my life. Shin Bijuan bit her lip, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Song Qingshu sighed. Bijuan, you've experienced so many things, but you still don't understand one thing. A woman as beautiful as you, even if you want to live a peaceful life in a small mountain town, there will be trouble. Shin Bijuan was silent. How could she not understand this? With her beauty, even if she wanted to live the rest of her life in poverty, she wouldn't be able to avoid all kinds of harassment. I can go to my clan brother's place. Shin Bijuan finally found a reason. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment but still said, You can go to Shin Xiaolong's place, but the cooperation between me and Shin Xiaolong isn't that solid. I need your help to maintain it. He did not deliberately lie to Shin Bijuan because he knew that she was an intelligent person. In the original work, her heart was originally on her husband Lian Qingbi's side, but every time Lian Qingbi said on the surface that he believed there was nothing going on between her and Xiao 11th Lang, in the blink of an eye, he would use the information from her mouth to harm Xiao 11th Lang, causing Shin Bijuan's heart to be broken. She felt that he was a complete hypocrite. With this as an example, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. Shin Bijuan was an intelligent person, and she would eventually learn about these things in the future. Rather than her discovering the so-called truth and having her feelings for him instantly reverse, it was better for him to tell her everything from the start and let her know everything. Although it might make her feel disgusted at first, without the reverse, she wouldn't hate him because of love. Hearing his words, Shin Bijuan's expression changed. She had grown up in a large family, so she wasn't a little white flower that didn't know anything. Adding on the many twists and turns she had experienced recently, she understood the cruelty of this world better than most of the noble young ladies. If it was in the past, she would have hated this kind of political transaction, but now that she had experienced so many things, she didn't think much of it. She felt that there should be checks and balances. Big Brother Song, for you to tell me so frankly proves that you are a gentleman. Shin Bijuan was filled with emotion. Song Qingshu hastily waved his hand. I'm not a gentleman. I'm the worst person in the world. If he gave the other too high of an expectation at the start, then it would all be negative. Rather than that, he might as well be the worst person from the start. Shin Bijuan burst out laughing. If you're the worst person in the world, then there aren't any bad people in the world. Song Qingshu couldn't help but shake his head. This world is like this. People often don't believe the truth, but lies make people believe them without a doubt. Shin Bijuan ignored him. Hearing that she was a bargaining chip that the other side was using to keep Shin Xiaolong in check, she was much more at ease. Since that's the case, then I'll come back in the future. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Song Qingshu couldn't say anything else. He could only tacitly agree. It's good that you've thought it through. Let's leave the palace first. At least you'll be free for a few months. After a pause, he asked the young palace maid beside him, Did you hear something just now? The young palace maid shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I didn't hear anything. She had lived in the palace since she was young, so her strong will to live allowed her to answer correctly. That's for the best. Song Qingshu smiled and led Shin Bijuan out of the palace. This time, the young palace maid didn't dare stop them. With him accompanying her, Shin Bijuan was able to leave the palace without any obstructions. She thought that the palace would be heavily guarded, but when the guards saw the token in his hand, they all knelt down and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Shin Bijuan couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Song, how did you obtain this token? Song Qingshu had a mysterious expression. This is a secret. Shin Bijuan asked him several times, but he wouldn't say anything. This made her even more curious. There were too many things she was curious about. Other than how he had the Emperor's personal token, she also wanted to know why he could freely enter the palace. Why did he have the confidence to let her treat Liao's palace as her home? Unfortunately, no matter how she asked, he remained tight-lipped. This made her even more curious. When a woman became curious about a man, everyone knew what would happen next. Unfortunately, Shen Bijuan's mood was too heavy, and she didn't have time to think about anything else. Although she could rationally understand his actions, emotionally accepting it was another matter. She had always thought of Song Qinshu as the great hero and savior of her life. But once she learned that he had other motives for saving her, her mood couldn't help but change. Song Qinshu clearly noticed this change. After the two of them traveled for a few days, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Do you dislike me now and feel that I'm especially despicable?" No, no. Although Shen Bijuan said this, her heart still changed. At the beginning, he had been a godlike existence in her heart. Now, she couldn't help but have some suspicions about him. What kind of person was Song Qinshu? He could clearly see the change in her eyes, but it didn't matter to him. He had experienced many trials and tribulations. No matter how beautiful Shen Bijuan was, it would be difficult for him to lose his mind. Many of the women by his side, in terms of appearance and temperament, were not inferior to her. He naturally wouldn't be like other men who couldn't control themselves when they saw Shen Bijuan. He could clearly feel that her attitude had changed from the intimacy at the beginning to a bit estranged. Song Qinshu didn't explain. There was no point in explaining things like this. It was better to let time prove everything. As they traveled to Sichuan, Song Qinshu took into consideration that the other was a young miss who rarely left the house. He specially hired a carriage. The two of them traveled for 2 days, each with their own thoughts. On the third day, Shen Bijuan suddenly opened the door of the carriage. She blushed and asked, "Brother Song, can you stop for a moment?" Song Qinshu wasn't an impulsive man. He knew that after traveling for such a long time, there must be times when it was inconvenient for her. He stopped the carriage and smiled. "We've been traveling for too long. I'm going to the front to relieve myself. Bijuan, wait for me." Shen Bijuan was smart. How could she not know that he deliberately said this to ease her embarrassment? Her heart was filled with gratitude, but she couldn't say anything. After leaving the carriage, Song Qinshu suddenly had an idea. "This is the wilderness. Bijuan, be careful not to get bitten by a snake." Shen Bijuan agreed, but in her heart she thought, how could there be such a coincidence? After she saw Song Qinshu's figure leave, she blushed and found a small bush nearby to squat down. Song Qinshu was resting under a tree not far away. He was waiting for the right time to go back, but he suddenly heard a scream. He couldn't help but rush over and ask, "Bijuan, what's wrong?" He was no longer a rash person. When he arrived near the bush, he was worried that the other party's clothes weren't properly packed, so he didn't rush over. He only asked from a distance, "I was bitten by a snake." At this time, Shen Bijuan's weak voice came from the bush. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.